Really glad I've somehow still managed to not accidentally update. Oh, I guess we are live now. Okay, yes, so we will start it. Hi, everyone. I am Photon, and I'm joined today by...
Hello everyone, I'm 64-bit Link, and I'm really looking forward to this run.
Yeah, so we are doing the newest Zelda game, Echoes of Wisdom 100%. And there's a lot of cutscenes, especially in the intro, so I'm just going to get started right away in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yes, so Echoes of Wisdom. They finally made a Zelda game where you get to play as Link. Because, of course, in the intro for this game, you still play as Link.
Yep. Right now, though, we're just watching a Darknut conference. And then Link's gonna step out of the shadows and swiftly dispatch them.
Yeah, so the intro for this game, where you like the Link section, is about 4 to 5 minutes long, and after that there's about 5 to 6 minutes of unskippable cutscenes, as basically all the cutscenes in this game are unskippable. So once we get past the first couple minutes of gameplay, we'll go over the generalities of the game and the category. But in this Link section, you kind of have all of the stuff that you'll eventually have in Sword Fighter form. So we have our sword, our bow, our bombs, and they're all upgraded. So like we have bomb shoes, which will be important actually. We are going to use bomb shoes as Link in this section. Also has a jump button, which is nice. Oh, we're just going to skip past these guys and make our way through the southern ruins.
Yeah, there's definitely some inspiration from like Tears of the Kingdom that kind of make its way into this game, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, as we'll see with menuing later, but yeah, so this section is relatively straightforward platforming. There's a really tricky jump at the end of this room, where that jump is barely possible.
At least for the intro for this game, it has a boss fight at the end of it that we're about to do, and there's even a quick kill for it, so hopefully I don't mess this up. It's pretty cool if I get it. I'm just gonna use a bomb chew and then shoot it with an arrow. That's the one bomb chew. And I messed it up. Okay, it still worked. Hopefully he still spawns on the left side.
Yeah,
nice.
The key to it is the fact that you can cause the bombs to explode instantly if you shoot them with an arrow.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of similar to other Zelda games in that way. Yeah. Although actually, like, I'm trying to think, like, are there any others where you can really activate them with an arrow? Because Skyward Sword, you can use it, actually, yeah, you can activate it with most of your weapons.
Yeah, it also really helps that his spawns are consistent, so like he'll always spawn, you know, on the right side first, and the left side, and the left side, then the right, as long as you do stuff correctly.
Yeah.
That is all we'll be playing as Link. It only took 3 minutes, but we're already finally getting to play as Zelda.
Yeah, so you'll notice like some differences right away. Like Link had this kind of like had like a further jump than Zelda, and kind of did like a little like spin on it, whereas Zelda's like a much shorter jump. But this apparently is also a Metroid game because we have an escape sequence now. And it's relatively straightforward. Like, the debris all spawns in the same place every time, so you're just following the same exact path.
Yeah, really in the intro section, it's just about kind of getting the tightest lines you can and not doing too many unnecessary movements.
But yeah, now it's like a 3 or so minute uninterrupted cutscene, so...
Yeah, so let's take some of the cutscene time to talk a bit more about the game. So, as has been pointed out in the chat, we are playing with German text. All languages for this game are really similar. Like, there's no differences or anything, obviously, because the text is just like a console setting. The German text, and I believe also Dutch, has one less text box every time you activate a warp point, a waypoint. And we activate, like, over 40 waypoints during the run, so that, you know, adds up to probably at least 10 seconds just from that. We haven't done any, like, extensive timings of all the languages, because some other languages, you know, have fewer text boxes in other places, but German is just easiest one to tell that it might be faster, and, you know, maybe like simplified Chinese or Japanese is actually faster, but it's really hard to tell, especially in a run this long. For text in general, this game does have a lot of text, and we actually allow turbo for text, so there's not text mashing, which is pretty nice. And not have to, especially again in a long run like this. Have a little bit of movement coming up, and then our cutscene.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, so here we can kind of jump over this fountain here just to optimize the movement a little bit. And then we get to head into Hyrule Castle.
So this is the last bit of movement, and then we have basically 4 more minutes of cutscene. So I guess to talk a little bit more about the game in general, I guess let's start with the category. This is 100%. 100% in this game requires beating all the dungeons and completing all of the quests. We have to obtain all the key items, so that's things like we have to obtain all the energy and weapon upgrades, we have to obtain the sanctions you get from beating the dungeons. We have to max out the Tri-Rod, so we have to complete all of the rifts in this game to like rescue all of Tri's friends. All the bottles. We also need like all the side quest items, so there's a bunch of just like miscellaneous items that go with certain side quests, either for giving them to Dampe to make automatons and things like that. We need all the echoes and all the automatons, heart pieces, stamps, clothing and accessories, night crystals, overworld waypoints are required, but we don't need waypoints in dungeons. I believe that's everything that's required.
Yeah, and obviously all the heart pieces.
Yeah,
and
hearts as well. Yeah.
So yeah, and then yeah, we don't have to go complete the map, so we don't, apart from overworld waypoints, so we do not need to go enter every single cave or anything like that.
Due to the 2-week period where we did.
Yeah, well, yeah, we no longer have to do that, because that, we had a vote and decided that, that was silly and shouldn't be required. So.
So one of the cool things about this category again is like being able or having to get all echoes is there's definitely a lot of echoes that are just not useful, and I'll try and point out when I get each echo, like whether or not I'll actually be using it during the run. But just having, there's 127 echoes in the game, so just like having so many options for different things is really cool. And there's a lot of echoes where there's like tons of different potential places to get it. So just like knowing the constraints and like where we should be able to get it, knowing like the best place to actually get kind of cool from like a routing perspective. I am using turbo to jump right now, so my run is invalid. Even though it literally doesn't matter in this section.
Yeah, but yeah, kind of along that. Yeah, the route has definitely evolved over time as we've kind of figured out like that there's certain places to get echoes that are just like slightly better. And so we have so yeah, and then it just, you get to kind of use certain echoes that are just way out of the way for any other category to get. And yeah, we'll talk about them when we kind of get to them, but also like certain echoes and where they are influence the order in which we do the dungeons. And so this game has a relatively high amount of flexibility in dungeon order, but we're kind of constrained with 100% requirements in that we still need to hit all the story triggers so that we can hit all the main quests. But we're finally about to get gameplay again, because in a second we're going to pick up the tri-rod. So this is what allows us to get echoes and place them. And our first echo is the table echo.
Yes, which
this
we will
one
use right here and a little bit after this, and then you will not see it for the rest of the run.
Yeah,
because
it's
it basically
the only...
gets immediately replaced by the bed.
Yeah. But the table echo is also the only echo that is absolutely hard required to beat the game.
With glitches, that is. We'll talk a bit about glitches in this game after we get past guards, because I really do not want to get caught by guards. A lot of time it is kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's relatively, like, just basically doing the same movement, but it's a little bit tricky. But yeah, placing the tables there kind of distracts them long enough that you can run past them.
Hey, you would be very confused, too, if a table just randomly appeared in front of you.
Yep,
guards.
Very fair.
Alright, so we got more cutscene here where we're just gonna talk to Impa and then see how much everyone wishes that there was an Impa echo in this game. But beyond that, I guess we should talk also about what I alluded to earlier, glitches in this game. So this game is largely glitchless. There's not like any significant like movement glitches or anything like that. There is tech with echoes and like unique ways to move with echoes, but we don't, in the community, we don't really consider those glitches. There is one big glitch in this game, which, well, two very related glitches, that being menu storage, which lets you do wrong warping. Wrong warping in this game, we can explain it more when we start doing it in about an hour and a half into the run. But essentially, the wrong warping in this game is limited to traveling to waypoints for the most part, and we have to use waypoints to like do wrong warps. So what that means for the run is that we can wrong warp into dungeons, but as 64-bit mentioned, a lot of the dungeons have like quest progression type stuff we need to hit before we actually complete the dungeon. And so that means we'll be like doing the main quests as intended up to the point where we've gotten everything that we need for 100%, and then we'll be using 100% to skip the rest of the quests up to entering the dungeon, and then also for certain dungeons, part of the dungeon itself. So we're gonna get another, or second echo here, the shrub. And one thing you'll notice I'll do on echoes I learned from now on is I'll actually open up the inventory menu.
Those jumps are trickier than they look.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, you basically need to get a certain amount of momentum before you jump, and then you'll clear that gap. But yeah, bed echo is one of the most important echoes in the game, because it basically is going to be one of our key movement tools for quite a while until we get another really overpowered echo, like 2 hours into the run.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I'm gonna like every time I get an echo, I open up the inventory menu like that, just because it's I think like 6 frames faster than like waiting for the text box. We have 2 more echoes in this room. I will be using the boulder occasionally. It's not like that useful or anything. And then here we have a cool strat where we can drop bed down to break the boxes instead of like I don't even remember what you're supposed to do normally for that. You don't have bind yet. I guess. Yeah, wait.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to put a boulder on top of the boxes
right,
to
yeah.
sink them, but
Yeah.
that's incredibly slow. But yeah, we're gonna go start swimming down this waterway, and then somehow that's going to incapacitate Zelda. She's gonna flow all the way down and then wake up in this cave.
I guess I also skipped over, we got spin, which I've been using a lot since I got it. Spinning is just generally faster and lets you also like preserve momentum when you jump with it. As you saw, I was able to make some jumps that aren't really intended. You know, you're supposed to use the shrub echo in that room where you get it, and then not have to like jump across the gaps without it. Here in the southern beach, we're going to be getting our first couple heart pieces, and then also a couple more echoes as we make our way to the village.
Yeah, it's really interesting that they made some of these echoes, like, or some of these heart pieces, rather, like, right out in the open in this starting area.
Yeah, I think there's no heart pieces that are in chests in this game. Every chest has, like, other things in it, but heart pieces are always out in the open. It's kind of...
Yeah. So our first heart piece is just, like, kind of back here.
This is where you start to notice that, like, just because I technically, you know, like, could get the Zol Echo right now, I guess, like, there's, like, way better places. We are going to get the rock here, and then the urchin. We are going to use the right away. The convenient thing about getting to open the... opening the inventory whenever you get an echo is, if you do want to use that echo next, you can just equip it, and that is, like, a lot faster than, like, having to actually use it. And Urchin for the art piece, and Snapback wants to cooperate.
Yeah, that Urchin strat is so nice, because until we figured out that that was the best way to do it, we would drop a boulder from, like, the very top.
Yeah, for some reason we didn't think to use the Urchin for far too long, but that's just way simpler than anything else.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab some money here. We will need a decent bit of money in this run, mainly for buying accessories.
Yeah, the accessories are all that are sold in shops are all fairly expensive. Trampoline Echo is interesting. It's like just out of the way enough that like Hundo's the only category that picks it up. It's useful early on in certain situations, but it'll eventually get...
Glitchless gets it, actually. It's like useful enough for Glitchless, but...
Yeah, I think... Yeah, for pretty much every other category though, yeah, just like... There's better options, but we'll see a little bit of use of the Trampoline Echo.
Why do I not remember? What would I get for not really practicing early game?
It's okay, you were spending all that time developing null strats, so...
Yeah, so the other thing about Wrong Warp is it did get patched in the most recent update to the game, so I am playing on unpatched version just because I was lucky enough to know to not update. I'm also playing on digital. We'll talk a little bit later once we start doing Wrong Warp, about digital versus physical, but digital definitely has like faster loads and stuff. Like some weird potential reasons why physical might actually be faster, but I have digital and I did an update, so I just play on that. And we're about to head into our first still world. We have a interesting skip coming up.
Yeah. The still worlds have a lot of, like, interesting movement to them. I think they're generally fairly fun areas to route out and do.
And there's two distinct types of still worlds. There are the, like, area, like the pre-dungeon areas where you're just basically trying to get to the dungeon. And then there are the still worlds where you have to, like, rescue Try's friends and find like 3 to 5 of like the little, you know, orbs, I guess.
Orbs.
Yeah.
But
this
yeah,
is
coming
leading up to the first dungeon, and here, after this cutscene, we have a skip. So in the game's code, this character right here, it's simply named Wife. And so we just call this skip Wife Jump, because it skips going through a cave. And that's... Man, I should have practiced early game.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like, there's like just this tiny little bit of collision on her model, so you can basically stand on that collision and then just place beds and staircase up. Which is why the bed echo is probably one of the most important echoes in the game, just because it makes bridging so easy. But yeah, this is the first dungeon. It's kind of a tutorial dungeon, so we're right here. We're gonna get the bind ability, which lets us grab and move objects in the world, like this big giant boulder. And we also get a few other very useful echoes that we'll be using throughout the run. Including one that's going to be in this first, what we call 2D sections, They're kind of the side-scrolly sections. Like, if you've played Link's Awakening, it's very reminiscent of that game.
I'm going to... God. Hello.
That.
There we go. I dropped not enough beds. I counted wrong.
But, yeah, this is the Tarantula, and it's incredibly useful in these 2D sections in particular, but also anywhere with a ceiling, you can summon one and use it to climb. Also, we're going to find one of the other very useful echoes, the
Ignachad!
Yeah,
Call this guy Ignachad.
Yeah, Ignachad is going to be very useful in a little bit. We also have a little trick here where normally you can't climb up these beds while the platform's rising, but you can go and rest in them, and doing that will allow you to get on top of it. And then, so this room, it's kind of a cool puzzle here. But yeah, what we can do is we can use the Tarantula to get up on top and then drop the Ignazol onto the torch. And then paying no attention to what happens to all those wooden boxes.
Bind, I guess we didn't really talk about it that much. Bind is really cool. It's hard to, like, when you're doing like a casual playthrough, it's hard to like know all the different things to bind on, but it is so good. And I say that, but we're not going to use it for the Link fight, which is maybe the intended way to fight Link. We're going to use Ignachad and Tommy somehow.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, sometimes Link sees you for seemingly no reason, but yeah. The Ignazol just hits Link, and Link basically has no idea what happened.
Okay.
So this fight is over in like 2.5 seconds. And so we're about to, after cutscene, get the sword fighter form, which is incredibly useful. We'll use it in so many combat situations. Also, to occasionally, like, it helps us get like a higher jump than we can normally. And the only downside is it's attached to this energy meter, and it will that energy meter just slowly depletes as you're in sword fighter form. So we do need to conserve that, especially early game, but we also are going to be getting upgrades for it over the course of the run that allow the energy meter to last a lot longer.
Sword fight is also used for those like purple like webs, I guess.
Yeah,
and we're just gonna quickly get this accessory, the first of the run. We will be using some accessories, but okay, we can talk about that next, I guess. Yeah, there are some accessories that are useful, but this isn't one of them. Yeah, so if you notice there, we love to complain about this game's targeting system. It always targets exactly what you want. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, exactly what you want. There'll be one boss fight in particular where I'm sure we will be complaining about the targeting system. Yeah, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Here we're getting the Baba. Not really gonna use it. Run.
Yeah, there's a few different varieties of the Baba, and I think there might... In the dojo, there's a couple scenarios where we'll use Baba Echoes, but it's kind of because the because it's mostly in the blank slate battle dojo fights.
Yeah.
Where they're kind of like Eventide Island in Breath of the Wild, where the game takes away everything and you have to basically start from scratch, essentially.
Coming up, we have one of the rooms. I messed that up.
This is not the room that we were about to talk about.
This
but,
room
yeah.
Has changed a lot. I'm gonna be doing actually, now it's an even outdated strat. But
yeah, this room is probably the worst room in this dungeon, but it does look cool when you do it correctly. But doing it correctly is incredibly difficult. Also, this is a really funny thing where you can place the bed on that switch.
Took us a month to figure that out, by the way. The switch in the room before the 2D section is like a green floor switch that requires the statue, but that one is just a button for some reason. So you can place a bed through the gate. We're coming up to the first, well, the second boss, I guess, but the first boss you fight is Zelda.
Yeah. So, for the first phase, we're pretty much just gonna be relying on Sword Fighter, but then there's a fast strat for the second phase where the game is like, hey, that was easy, but we're going to put it up in the air, but it's still not that much of a challenge for us. Now, this third phase is a little bit RNG. There's a few different attacks that he can do, and we just want the slam attack, which we got. So we did not wind up wasting any time.
An attack, please. Alright. So I messed up the quick strat there. I think I placed the bed in the wrong spot, but still an okay fight.
Yeah. So now, earlier Try is like, we need to rescue, Try's friends. And now we get to see Try's very reasonable amount of friends. And yeah, you can hit the orb with sword form. Pretty much anything in combat you can hit with sword form. But yeah. But as far as these friends, like, you're gonna actually notice the game lags out a little bit because of all the objects on screen. Which, unfortunately, is one kind of common theme in this game, is there's a lot of areas that just lag, where the game tries to run at 30 FPS most of the time, but occasionally it dips. So it's just one of those things where I guess they just weren't able to fully optimize everything.
This game does lag, and when it isn't able to hold like a stable 60 FPS, it'll just immediately cut to 30. But then it even sometimes lags lower than that, so you deal with it. There's only a couple places where like it noticeably lags, like during gameplay. We deal with it.
So we get our first heart container, and then we get more cutscene.
Coming up, we're gonna have a escort sequence. Well, calling it an escort sequence is a little bit exact. It's not much of an escort, but we're gonna basically walk with left here over to Blueberry's house. And then we're gonna go through a cutscene with with Blueberry, you know, meeting him and sort of setting up the next 2 dungeon areas and unlocking the ability to do upgrades. It is possible to escape this sequence, which saves a couple minutes if you have to, you know, do the escort and sit through the cutscene, but it locks you out of being able to do the upgrades, so we don't do it in 100%. It's also a trick that, well, actually, if you do it, it works a little bit differently on the version I'm playing on, which is 1.0.1, which Wrong Warp's due on 1.0.2 is the patched version. For some reason, the trick is just slightly faster on 1.0.0 though, so it's kind of weird, but we don't do the trick in this category, so it doesn't matter. Now we have like a 2-minute cutscene or something, so.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this is basically, Blueberry, who has made the, sword, and all the weapons that Link has, and is mostly concerned about Link until, we finally get through to him, and I think show him that we have the sword now, and then he finally is willing to help us. And then it's just a bunch of story exposition of like the rifts, and we're gonna see rifts where the next 2 dungeons are eventually.
Yeah, so the next almost hour is probably my least favorite part of the run, just because of how we've routed it. We're gonna basically do all of the pre-dungeon stuff that we need to do for both of the next 2 dungeons, which is just like so much cutscene and not a ton of gameplay. And then after we've done all of that, we're gonna do 3 dungeons back to back to back. So it goes from like a pretty boring hour to then like doing 3 dungeons within like 30 minutes. It's kind of unfortunate that it's routed this way and the dungeons aren't broken up a bit more, but
yeah,
this is what's fast.
But yeah, the big thing is, so we're going to be doing the Gerudo area next, and the reason that we do the Gerudo area next is because it gets us the Pathblade Echo and the Flat Boom Echo, which are going to allow us to, which are just insanely useful movement tools in the early game. And so having access to them as early as we can manage is going to speed things up later. So here we're going to upgrade our energy meter with the 5 mic crystals that we got for beating Southern, because again, like, we have to worry about this energy meter. That is how long we can stay in sword fighter mode. And so by upgrading this right away, we are able to stay in a little bit longer, and we're going to want to prioritize upgrading that, and we're also going to want to prioritize actually a little bit more upgrading the sword.
Yeah, so we mainly just upgrade the energy there for convenience. We will be back to Blueberry probably in about 20 minutes to upgrade the sword. We could do both upgrades at the same time, but we're already in his house there, so it's mainly just for convenience doing it now. There's nothing like critical that we need extra energy for. That guy almost wrecked me. He did wreck me. Oh my gosh. He's a beast.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had that guy aggro onto me before, but yeah, I guess it's the this never happened before moment.
So we're just, now that we've unlocked like mic crystals, I guess we're really gonna start to see like true like 100% type stuff where we like, you know, are lifting random boulders and stuff and to get like mic crystals and like that.
Yeah, so Photon took a very specific pathing there to avoid a crow, or actually multiple crows that are flying around there, because if you get hit by the crows, they will cause your rupees to spill out everywhere. And we don't want that. Because we need all those rupees that we just picked up later on. So also, after this cutscene, Photon's going to take a little bit of a wide path here to avoid another cutscene trigger around a group of Gerudo who would start talking to us about, I don't even know what.
You can kind of see them. The trigger for that cutscene is pretty small, actually. I used to think it was bigger than it was, but... We're just going to go unlocking a bunch of waypoints in the Gerudo area. And then we're going to be starting the quests. I'm going to try and, like, to the best of my ability, like, avoid a re-dead, but it's probably going to scream, so...
Yeah, that
I should be far enough away from it that it won't, like, be able to, like, get me, but it's really hard to, like, not get stunned by that guy.
Yeah, inevitably you're going to get stunned there. It's just, like, it's just that re-dead is just positioned in a location where it's incredibly difficult to avoid. And so we're gonna find out that the dungeon entrance is like right below us, but we can't get there because the Gerudo have decided to seal it off. And and so basically the next like 20 minutes or so is us running around trying to convince them that we have the ability to fix this so that they can allow us through. And even with the wrong warp into the dungeon, we still have to do most of this for main quest progression. And also there's a couple of echoes that we need in the pre-dungeon sequence, that one of which we can only get there. I believe
both of them are only in that area. There's two echoes that are only in the cavern. So even though the cavern itself is not required for any quest progression because we're gonna wrong warp into the dungeon, we still have to get into it for unique echoes that are there.
Yeah. That's a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, now we're gonna head over to Gerudo Town. So there's a few side quests that are open to us right away, and we're going to start one of them, and we're gonna do another one. So we're starting this one, which this Gerudo wants to see a tumbleweed, and we'll see how well that goes in like 5 or so minutes, because the tumbleweeds have a unfortunate chance to just break for no reason. So hopefully that does not happen.
It's really weird. Sometimes you'll be like as careful as possible, and then it will just break anyways, and I don't really know why, but we'll see. So here you kind of get to see like how powerful spinning is. You kind of just catch up to it, and it was a little slow, but spin kind of makes that segment a lot easier.
Yeah.
You just walk around, you're not gonna be able to. You're gonna have to like block her path or something.
Yeah, but that's our first side quest completion. It also gives us a couple of the cactuses, which we're going to need as part of this whole Gerudo section. Like, it's actually a main quest thing that we need to brew a smoothie. But yeah, now we're witnessing a big argument where Facet is just adamant that we're just out to just get the Gerudo, and that they should never trust us, and sends us on this big wild goose chase. And so Yeah, so as a result, the next like 10 minutes are just running around the desert, just completing these mini quests to, in theory, try to gain their trust.
Yeah, so there are like sub-quests, I guess. I mean, they're just quests, but most of the areas in this game have like one overarching quest for like doing them. And then only some for some reason, have like additional quests that you like complete along the way to like, you know, for like portions of like the main quest. So it's kind of weird. But in addition to actually having to complete those additional quests in this Gerudo area, we need to go far enough to be able to do one of the rifts. So it kind of works out. Like the sub-quests, I guess, don't end up mattering for the routing.
Yeah.
Here we're getting our first stamp.
Yep, and the second best or worst NPC in the game, depending on your perspective. So yeah, we'll be every time. So this first time, and then every time we get 5 stamps, we're gonna get a big cutscene with this guy. But yeah, and then it's 1, 2, 3, go Stamp Rally. I think is what he says in English.
Yeah. But there's no actual text box there, which is kind of weird. I can't read German, so I don't know like what it's saying in the text boxes beforehand. Over there, English, but I go around there because there's actually one of the landmullas right south of this waypoint, and we don't want to fight it yet. If you ever want to fight this guy, I need to find that guy before he wrecks me. Okay, that's not the fastest way necessarily to kill the Tornado, but health is actually pretty tight in this section. It's like the only section of the run where you're actually at risk of dying. Because after this, you're just gonna have like too many hearts to really like ever have a risk of dying. But
yeah,
play it safe with that guy.
Yeah. So the Tornado has kind of had an interesting history in this run because we'll get to it because there's a trick with the Tornado that used to be like this trick that was used all over the place in the run, called bed launching, and the trick was we still use it like in a couple places early on just because it's the best way to do it, but it was awful when we had to use it for everything because it is kind of semi-RNG.
It's an inherently inconsistent trick. We are just going to use it a couple times early on just because we don't really have a ton of other ways to get a ton of height. Very recently, within the last couple days, people actually figured out if you try to do launches in a similar way, but instead of launching yourself on an echo, you launch yourself on like a non-echo object, so like a pot. It's actually, there's ways to make it consistent, but we're not going to see that in this run. Just because we have other echoes that are better for getting height and things like that, so.
Yeah. Yeah, so the thing with it is that the bed launches look very cool. And they're just like, when it actually comes to doing them in a run, they are kind of awful.
Here, you're gonna notice I don't actually want to. I messed it up. Okay. Okay, I wanna kill this other one.
Yeah, unfortunate. What Photon was trying to do was basically run around until those until those orbs kind of freeze for a moment, and then kill them before those echoes with a spin attack before those echoes could actually form. But unfortunately, yeah, got hit by the blobs and thus.
It's mainly just good there because those enemies are like some of the most annoying to fight because it's 2 Redeads and then a Borblin. And Borblins especially are like really annoying.
Yeah. So the routing here is in this section we're going to be trying to get the 10 mic crystals we need for the first sword upgrade. And that is going to be a huge help to us because like more sword damage equals yeah, just defeating enemies faster, using less energy because we have to be in fighter form less, and all around helpful.
A bunch of echoes we're getting in this section that aren't really going to be used. So, like, I got the Gerudo pot earlier, not using that. Not going to use the wind cannon I just got. But we have to get all the echoes anyway. And wherever we can, we try and warp out of caves so that we don't have to exit them.
Yeah, that's like one of the really important parts of routing this. And so, yeah, oftentimes, yeah, we try to end a segment inside a cave so we can warp out. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way. Sometimes we can actually save warp out of a cave, which is actually relatively fast because the game auto-saves a lot. And autosaves every time we get an echo. I think it autosaves after opening most chests, so we can just trigger the autosave and then reload, and it'll bring us back to the start of the cave.
Yeah.
So we do that in a couple places.
There's only a very select few caves where we just, like, exited. Alright, let's see if the... Oh, I got too close to that.
Yeah, so you want to be kind of as close as possible to the tumbleweed, and then yeah, hopefully.
That I just messed up. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate. It just sometimes.
That I definitely walked into the wall on that one.
Yeah.
See, like, I'm trying to get close enough to the tumbleweed that, I can walk through that space. That should be... I think I can actually... I think I'm just gonna go... Well, I don't know.
Yeah. So, yeah, one of the other things, and
I've
you'll
never
kind
had
of
it
see
happen
this...
as much.
Yeah. Is that Photon is using so there's... The C-Stick actually allows you to control the camera in this game, which is fairly unique amongst 2D Zelda games. And also pushing in the right stick gives this overhead view, which in a few situations like this is incredibly useful. So it's just one of those interesting things that they added in this game that I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think any other 2D Zelda games really gives you much control at all over the camera.
Yeah, I'm not aware of other 2 Zeldas that have that, but I have not played all of them, so could be one that does.
So yeah, so we've completed all these quests, and now we're gonna find that Facette is still very suspicious of us until, like, literally every other Gerudo is gonna come and vouch for us. And then we're gonna find that another rift opened up, and they're going to all head to that rift. And we're finally going to be able to get to some real gameplay.
Oh. No. Yo.
have one more mic crystal to get. That'll put us at 8. The rift, we're gonna do all these like the rifts you do give you 2, so that'll put us at the 10 we need for an upgrade. Here is one of the bed launches we're gonna do, and that's a pretty consistent one because there's a wall behind you. So you really just need the height. You're not like aiming anywhere precise or anything. So
yeah. Yeah, in general, yeah. The very few bed launches we still do are very consistent. They're just like, because either, yeah, we're against a wall or we're just like, we don't really need to aim anywhere precise. But pretty much after this still world, we're not going to use bed launches anymore because we're going to get the Plat Boom Echo, and eventually we're going to get a couple other echoes that are just much better ways of getting height.
here, and just gonna move the last bed a little bit further so that that jump is not as tight. Get the first one of the prize. And then we're up here, and this is where I'm gonna do the other launch of the run. I'm gonna place 2 beds. That just appears to make it more consistent. Of course, I messed it up anyways. And this guy... minus chance. I think that fell. Did that go up top? Am I gonna have to deal with that?
I think it went up top, which is, yeah, gonna be a little bit annoying.
Okay, that's fine.
But, yeah, well, okay, never mind, because it's below us. And I think this cutscene might have despawned it, or maybe not.
It can't climb up here, and we're not gonna... What? It can climb up here! That's not sand! Yeah, I'm getting rid of it.
Yeah. Okay, that...
Okay.
What? Yeah, that was kind of dumb, but, I mean... We'll blame the RNG bed launch. So yeah, there's another orb underneath that rock, and you can place the bed such that it forms an actually perfect bridge there.
Yeah, I don't know how those beds are staying up, but they do. And then similarly to the caves we're talking about, we try and end the rifts into 2 sections, just so, I mean, they're caves, essentially. Same.
Yeah.
This is the Plat Boom. It's not that useful. Like, we don't use it as... I don't know why I equipped it. But, we don't use it as much as we used to, but it's definitely still kind of useful early on.
Yeah. It's mostly because, like, it's just, like... In the early game, we don't really have that many ways to gain height, so, there's a couple places early on where it helps us gain height, but, eventually we're going to have, better ways.
I think there's really only one place I use it,
Yeah, I mean, that does actually sound...
Well, actually, I use it more later on, but the unfortunate thing about Plat Booms is if you just place them on the ground, you can't jump onto them unless you have the frog ring, which you get in Hyrule Castle. So, even though, like, they're one of the only ways to get height early on, unless you're gonna place it somewhere where it can go below you, such as in water, you need, like, to use another echo to actually be able to get on top of it, so it's still not even that convenient.
Yeah.
I do actually have 10 mic crystals, right? I didn't forget one.
I believe so, although I wasn't actually looking at the screen, but I did not see you forget anything. But yeah,
it's hard to forget. Actually.
Yeah. Now we're going to see that there are 2 facets. Because one of them was in the rift. And and we're going to find out that the facet that we have seen the whole time, who was always suspicious of us, was an imposter. Just an echo. 100% requires all the mic crystals because it is an item that shows up in the inventory, so we need to get all of them. We do not need to spawn in the there is a thing you can get. You can spawn in outside Luberry's house once you get all of them. That lets you refresh your energy at any point, but we don't need to get that because it isn't an inventory item. But we do need to get all the mic crystals and we need to get all the upgrades. But we will end with 25 remaining. Yeah, so all this was to unlock this cave here. And so, yeah, there's a couple, basically, yeah, we just need a couple echoes that are in here.
Yeah, the path blade is in here, which is one of the more useful echoes. Hopefully that guy hits. Okay. Gibdo's right here, but it's actually kind of slow to kill it, so I'm just going to walk past him. To go back and skip a mandatory fight in one of the other rooms here. Our path blade. I'm gonna equip immediately, mainly just to do that faster than like doing equipping it else. But this room can be a little tricky. Yes. I did it fun.
Yeah, and this room, like, is one of those that if you get it right, it's really not that bad. But if you,
I always fail that jump to actually get up here. I don't. This is the other unique echo. This is Gibdo level 2, which we're gonna burn. We're gonna turn it into a red, which has less health, I believe. So, but it still gives you the Gibdo level 2 echo, so that's convenient. And we're done, so we're gonna go to Luberry's house.
Yeah. Normally, you would have to go one room further and unplug the sand, but because we're gonna wrong warp into the dungeon, we don't actually need to do that. And yep, we have exactly 10 mic crystals, so we can do our first sword upgrade.
So we are gonna do the upgrades in 4 different sets. So we got the energy earlier. We're just getting the sword now. Most of the trips, like this trip, we are actually doing stuff in this area, so it's not a separate warp to come get the stuff now. But the other trips later are just gonna be entirely separate trips. This guy, so we're gonna get the Kraltula. Kraltula is pretty good for height early on. You can get like way more height with it than Platboom, but you need like a wall, so it's not good for everything. It also can like aggro onto enemies, so if there's a bunch of enemies around, it won't actually like climb up.
Yeah. And actually, like, the Kraltula Echo, like, the primary reason that we need it is going to be to set up for a wrong warp, which we'll get to in probably, like, a half hour.
Yeah, probably
or
about
so.
half an hour.
Yeah, so we're getting a couple side quests in the area out of the way. There's also a random monster drop on the ground, and we're going to try to dodge all of them. Because while we do need smoothie ingredients, we can get all of them from side quests. And so we want to try to avoid getting the pickup text boxes for as many random items as we can. Also, yeah, really cool strat here to kill the Octorok with the Path Blade, which is another one of the echoes we need.
Yeah, so that hard piece was like the one place I used Plat Boom. That like is the reason, one of the main reasons we did Gerudo before doing this part. The other obviously being like the sword upgrade. We really want to have the sword and the Path Blade, but not going to use Plat Boom for a while again. Side quest here. One thing you'll notice with like this side quest and a couple others is you kind of just do the objective before you ever talk to the NPC, and then like it still like satisfies the side quests. Nice.
Yeah, so the Path Blade is very useful when you need to go on a straightaway, because it moves significantly faster than Zelda does normally. So we're gonna do a few things at the ranch as set up for later. Mostly, I think we need this quest out of the way to unlock another quest that's related to the ranch.
Yeah. So this section is one of the few places I use the trampoline, just because you can't hop over those fences, and even I think one bed isn't enough, so...
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've just used Path Blade to make that jump, but yeah, trampoline is nice.
Oh, it's probably better to use light. I think I've done that. I don't know why. Use trampoline then. Probably old muscle memory. One minor thing with like Pathblade is Pathblade can also like spook NPCs and make it so you can't talk to them for a couple seconds. So like when I walked up to this guy earlier, I just walked instead of using a Pathblade. Pathblade might have been faster for just movement, but then I would have had to like wait there for like the guy to not be spooked or so. Also, we are just gonna ride this horse for a little bit for movement purposes. It's like moderately fast to do this. It's a little bit more convenient because there's like no straightaways to like use Pathblade for a lot of Hyrule fields because there's so many trees.
Yeah, we're also gonna find a bunch of these mic crystals that are in these dirt patches that we need the pole mill for, or Grubert as it is in the German text.
Ehad is actually useful in a couple places. You'll see. Well, it's required for one of the side quests that we'll do way later, but it is actually going to be used outside of that for something pretty interesting, actually. And then we're just going to ride this horse a little bit more. And that was kind of dumb. We're going to abandon it.
Yeah. Mostly because at this point we're kind of running up on this upper land here. We don't want to drop down at all because then we might aggro a Wolfos that's in that area, and we really don't want to be fighting Wolfos right now.
Now, Wolfos are one of the more annoying enemies, and we'll be dealing with them way later when we have... Or that's not working. When we have, like, can kill them a lot faster, basically. Yeah. We're going to be making our way to the Jabal Waters area and just getting a couple more micros on the way. We're going to also get the warp in front of the Eastern Temple, but we're not actually going to be doing the Eastern Temple. Eastern is required for a side quest, an Echo, and a Heart Piece. It's the first of the two Smog quests where you fight, like, Smog. Unfortunately, with like where we have to come to Jabul, we don't really have anything to like fight Smog quickly. So we're just gonna be making a separate trip later to fight him. And that'll make the fight go way faster, even though it is an extra warp.
Yeah, it's definite. Yeah, it is definitely way worth it to just wait until we can get our next sword upgrade. Because yeah, the difference in how quickly we can defeat Smog is huge.
Yeah, the main reason for that is not even the power of the sword. It's that Smog, it has like an electric shield on him, so you'll take electric damage if you try and hit him with the sword. So we actually need a ranged weapon, such as sword beams, which you only get with level 3 sword. I think even if you were able to hit him with the level 2 sword, I think he would die in like 2 minutes. So it's not even that. It's just we don't want to take electric damage like that. Here I'm going to use a pathway to jump up here to get around another one of those like small cutscene triggers with those NPCs. There. I don't think spooking them works. I think they'll like break out of like start the cutscene, but I want to like jump up over them.
Yeah.
And then similarly to Gerudo, we're just going to be sort of going around getting a bunch of waypoints in this area, and then like talking to and start the quest. My turn. Hot. Okay. Looks weird, but not on. So unlike the Gerudo area, though, where we needed to get up to that cryptic cavern because there were echoes inside, in Jabul, we are actually going to have to complete a whole main quest just for the quest completion. Adds a bunch of cutscenes. Really annoying, but reached everyone's favorite part of a Zelda 100% run, fish drama.
Yeah.
And I think this fish drama is by far the longest of the 3 Switch Zelda games. I think someone timed all the cutscenes in this section, and it's like 17 minutes, which is kind of absurd. But we are going to be able to skip some of the ones towards the end, so that's nice. But a lot of cutscenes in this part of the run.
Yeah. So for now, it's like we're just kind of hearing that, okay, yeah, there's these rifts everywhere, but
yeah, the River Zora chief and the Sea Zora chief are beefing over their music talent, basically. And that's why they're not doing anything to actually address like the rift issues. That did not work. Cool. Okay, we're walking.
Yeah. But yeah, so we're basically, getting all these waypoints, slowly heading our way northwest until we get to the chief's house, and we can kind of jump on top of this hut to just make the movement slightly faster. And now we get a cutscene where the River Zora chief is going to basically ignore us, complain about the Sea Zora chief, tell us to get out of the way and leave. And yeah, there will totally not be a cutscene that is exactly the same in like 2 minutes.
Coming up, we get to see, I believe this is the first instance of one of the most powerful tools we have to kill enemies. Bumping into rocks.
Yeah.
But that tool is actually water, because a lot of enemies just straight up drown and die in this game.
Yeah. And so... yeah, so much so that this is part of the reason why, if you're wondering why... I mean, there's multiple reasons why at this point, but, like, we don't just go ahead and complete the the Gerudo dungeon right now. is because one of the items we get in this section is a water block, and then we can use that water block to drown enemies. And that's going to turn some fights later on that would be difficult into complete jokes. And yeah, so when I said we're gonna just see the same cutscene over again, it was only slightly sarcastic, because it's the same exact cutscene. It's just now it's the Sea Zora complaining about the River Zora.
This Zora with the bow tie is a pretty good character. His name is Rogma. Everyone be appropriate about that. And we're gonna immediately warp back to where we just were, because that is where the Zoras are fighting. Quotes, they're having a music fight. Little heated argument.
Yeah. Yeah, so, so basically they're gonna be like, okay, fine, and they're just gonna start playing completely out of time with each other, and then are like, yes, I played it perfectly. And then we see, hey, it's Jabu Jabu. Everything's fine. Oh, wait, no. Why is Jabu angry? What? The music must have been that bad. And then, so they shove the chiefs out of the way and then just stand there and then get inhaled by Jabu. And yeah, and kind of like in the Gerudo quest, like, we're not actually going to see the completion of this because we're going to wrong warp into the dungeon, but as is probably fairly obvious at this point, this Jabu is actually an Echo, an imposter. So we're just kind of along for the ride as these Zora slowly figure that out. And then the Echo Jabu definitely hates that one particular hut.
Yeah.
Nothing else got damaged at all, but screw that one River Zora in particular.
Here we've got another still world. This one's pretty interesting. We're going to be getting a couple echoes during it, one of which will be very useful throughout the run. I fell in the water.
Yeah, so, yeah, so we kind of have to go all the way out of our way there to get the first orb, and then, yeah, I guess ultimately, yeah, this is probably the best way up to the second orb.
Could probably, I don't remember, it's been a while since I tried it. can probably like launch up to this one, but just launching to like get up that phase.
Yeah,
Consistent.
It's really awkward. So yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of one of those things where we don't really have another good way to get up there quickly.
Two of the tries in the cave here, so here we have a bomb fish, and I'm gonna try, and it's not that difficult to use the actual enemy to blow that up instead of learning the echo and then having to the echo to blow it up.
Yeah.
And we're also gonna get this tangler here, which is not gonna be used, but just
yeah,
get it here.
Yeah, and we're
swim up.
Yeah, and in almost every circumstance, Photon's going to be binding the bombfish echo whenever he uses it, just because otherwise it tries to swim around and it becomes a nuisance. And then, yeah, this Tektite echo here, we can just drown, and it's
Tektites
way
are some of
better.
the most annoying enemies in the game, so it's really convenient that the cycle, like, that Tektite is just jumping back and forth on a somewhat consistent cycle, and just with the time it going to the room, especially with getting the Tangler, he's just at the perfect spot to be able to drown it right away.
Yeah.
There's a lot of annoying enemies, but Tektites for sure are probably in the top 5, maybe the top 1.
Yeah, I could see it as the yeah. I can't think of a Zelda game in which Tektites are not annoying.
They also just do so much damage in this game. Like, I think even the Tektite level 1 does like 1.5 hearts. Maybe even 2 hearts. I don't remember, but they're annoying for sure.
Yeah.
So we've done the rift in this area. We have to do a bit more of the quest, just because there's another quest for solving with the issue at the Sea Zora village. We've dealt with the River Zora village here. And then we're going to be leaving to go do some pretty interesting things. So the run is about to get a lot better and not have as many cutscenes.
Yeah. But yeah, first we have like one more part of this quest. So yeah, warping back to Sea Zora village, and then yeah, immediately to the east is another island, which somehow the Sea Zora chief has gotten herself locked into. And somehow the Zora cannot swim into the water passage that is down below here, so we have to do it for them.
But this underwater 2D section, I always confuse this one and then another one you do way later on. So hopefully I don't do that. And I can't spin attack right now.
Yeah, so one thing I should point out is this game, like most of the 3D Zelda games, you can quick spin. Also, we're going to grab some bubble cup that we're going to need for a side quest. So you can quick spin by spinning the left control stick and then doing and then hitting the sword button. And it's better than some of the other Zelda games, but it is still tricky of like you have to make sure you do a full rotation, and so sometimes you can miss quick spins. But it's not nearly as bad as some, like Twilight Princess has, like quick spinning is.
I cannot quick spin in Twilight Princess, like, at all. It's probably the hardest Zelda game to quick spin in my opinion.
Yeah, so much so that Bewildebeast made a song about it. Wouldn't it be nice if I should probably not actually sing it for copyright, but wouldn't it be nice if we could quick spin? I'm sure you can figure out what song it is a parody of.
We're almost out of the fish drama. There will be an encore way later towards the end of the run, but we're basically done with it for now.
Yeah. And we could, but we're going to skip about 2 more cutscenes worth of fish drama, so.
Yeah, so this cutscene ends the last of the main quests, other than like the overarching one for the Jubal area.
Yeah.
So what that skips is, again, the cutscenes, like repairing Jabu's den, having them perform to like open it up, and then the actual Jabu fight.
Yeah.
We are getting close to when we're going to be able to do the first wrong warp, but we have to do a little bit more setup. Mainly, don't have the waypoint that we need to do the wrong warp, which we haven't fully explained how wrong warp works yet, so maybe that doesn't make a ton of sense to everyone, but as we go through this next section, we can sort of start to explain exactly why we're this.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're gonna warp back to the ranch, and so this is kind of what in other categories gets called the world tour segment, where we're just mostly getting waypoints. But because we're doing 100%, we can get some 100% objectives along the way as we're kind of going about getting waypoints. And some of these are just waypoints we're getting for 100%, but a couple of them are waypoints that we are going to need for wrong warps later. So the waypoint that we actually need is going to be up in Death Mountain. So we're gonna go by Kakariko. We're gonna do some of the side quests there, and get some mic crystals also that are along the way.
I'm gonna try and grab a Tektite. They're kind of random in this area, so I have to hope that one is by and none of them were nice. So I guess this one's not that bad. Tektites apparently only do 1 heart, which is fine. I think Tektite level 2 does like 2 hearts.
Yeah, but even so, it's like the Tektites just jump around so chaotically that it's kind of annoying. And hey, it's Stamp Guy again.
Yeah, so as 64-bit mentioned, we're primarily making our way up to Death Mountain, or as it's called in this game, Elden Volcano. And we're gonna get the waypoint, or we're gonna get the Goron City waypoint just so it's faster to come back later. But the waypoint we really need is the Lizalfos Burrow waypoint, which we'll use for the wrong warp into Jabal Ruins. I'm gonna get a couple of the cuckoos in Kakariko while I'm here. It's waypoint, just to come back later.
Yeah, there's a bunch of side quests that it's going to be more convenient or we can't necessarily do now. There's one side quest that we can't do now until after we beat Hyrule Castle. But we're going to at least take care of a few things that are on the way just because we happen to be in the area.
I'm gonna get this Might Crystal, and then that's it for Kak. We're gonna be going up Death Mountain. This is where we're gonna see the Rrlat8 first time, or the Wands-Tilla, I guess, as it. Super good casually for cheesing lots of different things with Reverse Bind. Mostly just good early on. Oh no. So this is a little... Oh, am I gonna die?
I guess you might as well get the Echo.
I'm trying not to die.
Yeah, I guess that's also
This has
fair.
never happened before. Okay, I'm good.
Okay, yeah, I guess unfortunately.
Normally I get lucky. I don't know. It's not happened before. I have to like play it that safe, but
Yeah.
I think my health is probably fine. I don't think there's anything. But I don't think
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
gonna
there's
get
the
a refill before before. I'm gonna go into Goron City here to pick up a side quest. This is an interesting side quest in that once you've advanced past Hyrule Castle, if you try to unlock this side quest, you're actually locked out of starting it while the Elden main quests are active. So by getting this now before the Elden main quests are like unlocked and active, skip a little bit of backtracking later on. Alphos Burrows right up here.
Yeah. Yeah, so in a way, like the wrong warp stuff, like in addition to like skipping a bunch of dungeons, stuff also kinda helps us route a couple side quests that we couldn't earlier.
It's my first
Also,
grouping,
yeah,
apparently.
blue rupee text.
Sure, I don't die here. Oh, that's not. Gonna be doing this side quest. 2 side quests where you fly over like a pseudo race course of. It's like a challenge. You have to like get to the goal without touching the ground, basically. And the Albatross is just happens to be an Echo we have that can fly. It's the only reason we're using this one.
Yeah.
It's the fastest one to menu to, I think. Although, I guess you could use P-Hat as well, because that one does fly also. I haven't tried that. I don't assume it would work. So the first one's really easy. The second one, there's like a secret way to do it, I guess. It's not even like that secret, but if you try and like stay really close to the wall, there's like a bunch of vents and rocks falling, so you have to like wait a lot. But then there's a path where you just go like further away from the wall, and then it's like nothing gets in the way.
Yeah, neither of these are really that difficult. It's just that, yeah,
If I do get hit, I think I will die though, so...
Yeah, I mean, going this way though, that shouldn't happen.
So, there's a couple more things we're going to collect on the side of Death Mountain to drop down towards the Eternal Forest. And then the Eternal Forest is actually where we want to be to start doing wrong warps. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be a little weird because we're not actually gonna get the Eternal Forest waypoint just because we have to run all the way around the forest to do that, and that's kind of inconvenient. But while we're getting these couple things, I'll start to explain what exactly we're going to be doing. So I'm going to be using the sign to offer, I guess, walking into Void Out trigger for the Eternal Forest. And after I close the sign text box, I'm going to be on, I think, 2 frames, trying to open the menu. That's not close enough. Okay. Now I have the menu open, and then I void it out, which means I've achieved something called menu storage or map storage. I'm going to be making my way back into a still world, which right now the only still world I have access to is the one near Southern Ruins. And I need to get into a still world to have access on the map to the change maps feature by going between the overworld map and the still world map. I need bed. That's a free equip here. So let me do the wrong warp and then I'll explain what happened, because I don't want to mess up the inputs. It's not really a difficult trick, but to make sure I select the right one. That should work. I think that should work. I might have slipped my finger past the D-pad, which would be bad, but yeah, damn it. Okay, my finger slipped past the D-pad, so I didn't actually switch maps, which is unfortunate. Like I said, the inputs for it are not difficult, but the controller I have to use Turbo, unfortunately, I'm not a huge fan of the D-pad. It's just sometimes it's pretty difficult to actually make sure you get pad input. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do the D-pad input and then immediately hit a warp that I essentially cross the 2 arrays. I use the index of the waypoint in the overworld waypoint array to I basically take that and have it be applied to the wrong array by switching maps, so it's the overworld index on the the dungeon array, and I guess I missed that acorn. But my finger slipped and I didn't hit the D-pad, so I didn't actually warp to I did a right warp essentially instead of a wrong warp, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. So yeah, in the meantime, so this is ordinarily something we would do after completing Jabul Ruins, but because we need to go back to Eternal Forest, it actually makes sense to just go and do this stuff now. So the big thing is that so I was gonna say, so the Acorn mini games, there's 5 of them in the game, we only have to do 3 because the other 2 do not give us permanent rewards. And the 3 that we have to do are relatively easy, you should have no trouble getting it within the fastest time. But, yeah. Also, yeah, the timing for this is a little bit tricky, but it's something that with practice you can get consistent.
I got this trick first try every time yesterday. It only loses a couple seconds every time you fail it, and it is sort of a tight window, so not that bad.
Yeah. And then also, yeah, so you'll notice that, Photon unfortunately looks like he got a slow load there, but also, Photon has to kind of navigate this area blind. He's using the mini-map to be able to tell where he is, and navigate to, there's a location on the ground where Tri can point at and say, hey, do you want to re-enter the still world? And that's how he's basically getting back into the still world area where the southern dungeon was.
that should work. So we see, even though I selected the Lizalfos Burrow waypoint, that index lines up with this waypoint in Jabal Ruins. So just wrong warp into the dungeon. We're actually going to activate this waypoint, which you don't really have to do for the dungeon, but we have to backtrack out of the dungeon for an echo that is only outside the dungeon in the still world. So
yeah. Also, you'll notice like he placed a bed down to jump there because there is a fairly small, but there is a trigger there that if you hit it, it causes the floor to break. But yeah, we're getting the water block here, and that is one of the most powerful echoes in the game.
Definitely really, really good for combat. There's a couple, we'll be using it for just general movement as well. A couple places.
Yeah. It's really nice because you can stack it really quickly, so you can use it to swim up a water column to get up to a high ledge. Like, this is one of the better tools for gaining height. And so, yeah, it's extremely useful. And yeah, they made it absurdly easy to just cheese this dungeon. You're supposed to go around to the 4 or to 5 different places where you can unlock this water geyser that takes you up to the top, but it's way faster to just use other tools that are available to us to just completely cheese it. Yeah, so you'll also notice that he went into the menu there to activate a prompt that's like, hey, do you want to use Amiibo, or that tells you can use Amiibo, and we want to get rid of that so that we don't get it every time we want to save war.
Yeah. I have to do it again later because after Hyrule Castle, you unlock the clothing system in this game, and there's additional things you can get with Amiibo at that point. There's like Amiibo outfits and whatnot, so...
Yeah. Notably, the Amiibo outfits are not required for 100%.
Yeah, Amiibo is actually, in general, just banned for speedrunning this game. There's not much that it would... for most categories. In this one, technically, there's an outfit that is essentially the cat clothes, which you'll have to get normally, but it's like the black cat clothes. I think from doing like I know like the Ganondorf Amiibo works.
Yeah. Also, to quickly explain this fight. So this fight, Photon's just doing some very specific movements to get the Vocavore into a very specific position that just makes it extremely consistent and fast to damage him down, because otherwise he will start to swim around the room, he'll start to spawn tornadoes, and it gets really obnoxious. But he got a basically perfect Vocavore fight there.
Except for not being able to quick spin as fast as I wanted. But
yeah. Well, we'll ignore that part, but like as far as like getting each of the cycles on time, it was pretty good.
There is a backup strat if so in between like phase 1 and phase 2 where the part of the water goes away, you want to be in like you want to have Vocavore in like a specific part of that middle section of water so that the tiny corner at the top is like just out of range when he does like the spin. I do have the water block, so I can actually extend the water, but I don't want to have to use that, because then I have to go out of Sword Fighter, switch to the water block, and then back into Sword Fighter, and that loses a couple seconds. So the fact that I had Vocavore in a pretty good position to not have to do that is what made that so fast, essentially. But the cutscenes after this dungeon are like longer than the dungeon itself, so there's like nothing else that we would need for 100% to get in that dungeon, so it's essentially the same as any other run that does this dungeon. And so with Try now being level 3, we've unlocked Distance Echoes, which just lets us like charge up, generating an echo, and then it'll shoot it at like a distance in front of us. There's actually two like levels, I guess, of charge. They're both unlocked immediately, so like we have them now, but we can do like a short charge, will be placed like slightly in front of us, and then we can do like a full charge, which will place it like significantly far in front of us, and we'll be using like both versions of it. After all these text boxes, one of the longer sections of no inputs actually. Pretty convenient for breaks. This game is pretty new, so it doesn't have official break rules yet. It's still something the community is working on, but we're definitely, everyone who's participated in the discussion seems to be in favor of at least some sort of moderate break rules, because this is a decently long category, and more like Zelda 100% are allowing like breaks, just, you know, healthy for community and being able to like do attempts, like fit attempts in when you don't have, 7 to 8 hours to sit down for a run. You need to eat in the middle, you got to go to the bathroom and things like that, so. But short breaks, even like while the timer is running, is still nice. And we skipped the part where the Zora are suddenly getting along with each other, but Jabu's happy, so I think that means everyone should be happy.
Now we see the best character in the game.
Oh, you forgot to do the thing earlier.
Yeah, I think we were in the cutscene, or we were talking about other stuff during that cutscene. But yeah, he has. I think General Wright has the best voice acting of any NPC in the game. But yeah, we missed the that he did at the beginning of the run.
He'll do it again later, it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, I do not need to escalate this. So we're gonna complete this one quest, just because we're never gonna be back to like this specific area, or this specific part of Jabul again. We'll be back here for other stuff, but just this is kind of out of the way to do at any other point. And this is the main reason we got that kelp chest earlier. There are other things that give us kelp that we have to do, as opposed to just like opening a chest, but it's just more convenient to get the kelp early. So normally I would warp to Hyrule Castle here, do the Acorn game, but because I messed up the wrong warp and already did that, I can just warp straight to Eternal Forest, so. Doing another wrong warp, and this one is going to take us to Gerudo Sanctum. We're going to complete the other dungeon that we started the quests for like an hour ago, over an hour ago.
Yeah,
and
so
another slow load. So this is what I was alluding to earlier, where these slow loads are somewhat inconsistent. For me, I've noticed they always happen on the same times, like at the same places in the run. For some reason, don't appear to happen on physical, though. I think it's actually a 1.0 versus 1.0.1 thing. But digital 1.0.0 doesn't really exist, so we just sort of call it physical is 1.0.0 and digital is 1.0.1. Sort of what we mean when we say that. I'm going to use the crossflows point, and this will take me into Gruta Sanctum. Now this is a different place. Wait, did I did the wrong warp. I think I can back this up. I wrote down the wrong place to wrong warp too. Okay.
Yeah, so this is kind of glitchy. So we're going to be getting the boss key now. So this is the wrong warp that would ordinarily be done in the all dungeon speedrun, because all dungeon speedrun needs to do is get the boss key and go into the boss room. But yeah, you'll notice that we can still interact with the yeah.
Why is that not? I meant to warp to Seaside Village. I need to fight. Where am I? I meant to do Seaside Village, but I was like, I think actually, okay, I know how to back this up. It's gonna be a little bit slow, but I definitely messed this up. I should have just done this, because I need this to back this up. Oh, you can't just jump out of the sand? Okay. That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
So I can't go through that door because I'll get stuck in a shutter. But I'm just gonna have to go through the link fight, and I'm gonna have to fight lots of ones, which is fine.
yeah, so you kind of get to show off killing them with water blocks, although it's a lot more awkward because there isn't a lot of space here, because normally you're on top of the sand there. But now there's a giant pit in the room. So yeah, we're going through a couple rooms that, like, ordinarily you would skip because we did this slightly.
I actually got the waypoint, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you did get the waypoint near the boss door.
Okay.
So you.
This is potentially faster, anyways. There's like a couple potential routes through this dungeon for getting to, because we have to do Link and I haven't gone through them in a while. We have to get to the Link fight to get the bow, because it's required for Hundo. But then we also have to get to the boss door. And if you wrong warp to Link, it's inconvenient to be able to get to the...
Yeah. Make sure you remember to get the elephant statue or...
Yeah, I'm just gonna get all the statues during the fight.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, unfortunately, this room is kind of awkward because of this redead that is just gonna freeze you every opportunity it gets. But also, this is much... Killing them with the water blocks is way faster than trying to fight them normally.
I hope for hearts. I don't think these drop hearts that often. I don't know why I picked that up. Okay, so I messed up this section. I run warps to the wrong waypoint. Now we're at the Link fight. This, in my opinion, is the most annoying of the Link fights. He kind of just jumps around a lot.
Yeah, and then after that, he goes and he splits into 3 copies. And... yeah, this one is probably one of the more annoying ones, just because it's like you do have to keep watching for the other Links shooting at you, but once it's 1v1, then it's
luckily,
not too
luckily
bad.
falling into a void doesn't do so. Because I have the waypoint, I can just warp. Normally, you would go get the elephant statue, but with this, all the statues are available in the boss. So I'm just gonna make the fight a little awkward, but oh my goodness. That's the one I should have all of them.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I got the cat earlier and then I got the... Okay. So then in phase 2, I'm going to try and bind him to get him to end this tornado attack as soon as possible. I placed 2 just so it's a little bit more consistent. And then I know where he's gonna spawn, so I can bind him and then place a statue to block his attack and pull him out to skip. He'll like do that like swing attack where he pokes out like twice and then he'll like fly around and do the tornado attack again. But if you know where he's gonna spawn, which he tends to just always go to the other side of the room, although I'm not sure it's consistent, you can bind him, block, use a statue to block his attack, and then just pull him out early. So, wrong warping to the wrong place actually, I want to time whether or not that's faster, because I did skip some things that, a couple of rooms, like having to go to the hawk statue and back. But actually, I'll need to test that and see if it could be faster. I didn't do it well because I haven't practiced doing the boss blindfolded, or blindfolded in the sand where you can't see what's going on. But yeah, I write the wrong warp locations, like what waypoints to use in my splits, and I didn't have it written down for Grudo Sanctum. And then I wrote it in. I was like, oh, I should add this. And then I wrote down the wrong waypoint. So I just wrote down the all dungeons waypoint that you use instead of the hundo one. And I was like, oh yeah, cross flows. That's definitely correct.
Yeah, well, you got to. I mean, it took a while. You got to show off doing that puzzle blind. Yeah, we're also gonna, I think, see some glitched cutscenes after this because we never actually pulled the sand that is blocking the entrance here. So yeah, this its cutscene is going to take us back to Gerudo Town, and actually in a relatively convenient place where we can just get a couple other things before we wrong warp to Hyrule Castle.
Yeah, so Hyrule Castle is one of the few dungeons. I guess it's really like the only dungeon that doesn't really have any up to it. You kind of just normally you're supposed to like go to Blueberry's house for some cutscenes, and then end up going to Hyrule Castle. And then you just basically go straight into the still world in the dungeon. But cutscenes are boring, we don't want to do them. And we can skip a significant portion of the dungeon by wrong warping, so we're going to do that. But we're just going to get a couple things.
Yeah, including this heart piece that is in one of these small sand piles.
And I'm going to get this 50 rupee chest just so I have some extra. I have noticed more and more that I am short on rupees, so I think route anyway. Yeah, we're just going to go straight back to Eternal Forest and do a wrong warp where I will select the right waypoint, because I know this one is written down correctly. It is still a different one than all dungeons, no?
Yeah, and this one is more important that you get you don't warp to the all dungeons one, because we actually need a couple echoes.
This will be another slow load, I believe. I'm going to be using the Sea Zora Village. Wrong warp. Here's the slow load.
So yeah, again, in case someone's just tuning in, so with these wrong warps, these having to navigate blind, because like you're not seeing the like the game is kind of just frozen on that last frame, but you can still navigate via the mini map.
It actually gets worse later, because at least here, I'm in the overworld, so I have the mini-map. Some of the wrong warps we do later, there's a faster place to do wrong warping, just because it's a waypoint that's closer to its like corresponding still world entry. But it's not technically in the overworld, so you don't even have the mini-map to work with.
Right, yeah. So yeah, for Dark Nuts, if you don't actually have to really fight them, you can just drown them. And so we could have gotten the level 1 Dark Nut all the way back in the first dungeon, but it's just faster to take it out now with a water block. And since we are required to fight these anyways, whereas we could skip the one in the first dungeon. We just got this one now.
Getting the pot here. I don't normally get this one. I don't know why I did that. I also don't
Yeah.
normally get the Dark Knight 1 in that room. I get it one of the later ones you have to fight, but it is what it is. It doesn't really save or lose time.
Yeah.
That's just game's just a little flexible like that.
Yeah,
That's
and it's
the
also
problem
with the Hyrule Castle pot. I guess first, like, so if you light this torch first, you skip a try text where it tries to remind you about your ability to place echoes from a distance.
Which like,
we
that's
got
the first torch, so you want to light that one first anyways.
Yeah.
Doesn't really change how we... But if you, like, try and go too far to the right before the torch is actually lit, then, you'll get a try cutscene. It'll, like, despawn your Ignizol, so... I do actually die.
Yeah, so the Gustmaster is one of our other ways of gaining height and is actually probably, in most circumstances, the best way for us to gain height, especially when we combine it with another echo that we're going to get later on. It can be a little bit tricky to work with, and we're going to see that in this room where there's like a very specific setup we need to do. Yeah, and then we are dealing with more Tektites, and these are Echo Tektites, so we don't really get this. So, like, unfortunately, we can't just use killing those Tektites to get the Echo. But yeah, we get to skip a lot of movement here. We just get this small key and then we warp back.
One thing to mention, there is one other trick in this game that's called chest tubing. We don't use it in the run. I don't think there's any places where it would really save time. Maybe there's one small one. The way it basically works is if you pause fast enough after opening a chest, you can do a manual save. I messed that up. You can do a manual save, and the guy's on a weird cycle now.
Yeah. Yeah, because basically you can manual save. I think it is actually exactly 1 frame after opening the chest.
Do a manual save and reload, and then you'll have the item, but the chest will still be there. The reason I bring that up, even though we don't use it in this run, is anytime I'm about to load an autosave, I wait just a second just to make sure that I don't pause on that frame and then reload a save that doesn't actually have the key yet, or something. Because it is possible somehow to do that.
Yeah. I think unfortunately, it's not really faster, and it also would probably be relatively inconsistent. Okay, first I'll talk about this. So this is the frog ring. It is the most useful accessory in the game. We equip it immediately as soon as we get it. And then that, I think, is also the first golden egg we picked up. And the golden eggs are useful because they sell for, I believe, 150 rupees, so it's our primary way of getting rupees in the run, is we are going to sell all the golden eggs that we get.
Now we fight Ganon.
Yeah, so this first phase, he's just gonna lunge at us with his trident. It's relatively easy to dodge. Now the second phase is going to throw the trident at us, but if we position correctly, we can just immediately bind it, and then we can just hit him with his own trident to stun him. And then in between these phases, he's going to launch fire bats at us, but the Ignizols are immune to the fire bats, so we can kind of get some hits in on him while he's doing that. The third phase is going to be tennis, which is, I guess, after another fire bat phase. Which, the tennis in this game is really awkward to time, or at least I found. But yeah, so Photon did it correctly. I'm gonna get another fire bat phase here, because it's basically... From here on out, it alternates between fire bat and whatever attack he's doing in this phase.
That's not good. It should be low enough now that I can just end the phase and actually skip the tennis.
Yeah. And then the final phase, he's just going to alternate between the attacks he's previously done.
That is one extra hit now. Game felt like it was lagging there. For a second. I'm waiting now for him to throw the trident. I'm going to ignore the thrust because I can't finish him on it, and I don't want to have to like switch into the third fighter. It was a decent fight. I did like jump into one of the tennis orbs, but it's not a huge deal. There are ways to speed that fight up, so there's a pretty inconsistent strat you can do where you like manipulate the position where Ganon spawns so that you can basically like stun him during tennis so that he can't reflect it. Like you get in a specific position, charge a spin attack, and then at the right time you like spin, and the spin both deflects the ball and stuns Ganon, so then it like skips actually doing tennis. It makes the fight like super quick, or at least that third phase. But it's pretty inconsistent, so I stopped even going for it.
Yeah, I mean, one note in general about like long runs like this and like is like it's consistency starts to become more important the longer you are and the further you are into the run. And it's like at this point you're not going to go for a strat that saves like a couple seconds if you get it and loses a minute if you fail it. Unless that strat is extremely consistent. That becomes more true the further you get into the run, just because you kind of have to just evaluate kind of like your kind of like expected value of time save versus like the probability you're actually going to get the trick.
Yeah, for sure. There's not a ton of things like that in this game, but I mean, that Ganon strat, I don't think it loses like a significant amount of time if you don't get it. It's something where you can essentially start to set up, and then like Ganon spawns in the wrong position or something, and then you just do tennis normally. But yeah, I was going for it, and it just like was never working. I stopped trying.
Yeah, but yeah, it's kind of one of those just kind of general speed running things.
It is something. It is something we'll see later when we, in like 4 hours when we get to the dojo. The dojo's a bunch of like short, like 10 second to like minute long levels that the ILs, it's a minute long, so you want to go crazy and do all the strats you can. But when you have to do like 15 of them in a 7 to 8 hour run, like you want strats that are a little bit more consistent. And there's a few levels in the dojo in particular that have strats that we just don't go for because they're too inconsistent.
Yeah. And especially with the dojo, we're doing it in essentially the last hour of the run. Mm-hmm. Or maybe last hour and a half of the run. And so it's like, at that point, you don't want to do anything that's going to be reset worthy that far in. So, yeah. Like, that's kind of the other reason why we tend to make why, like, that kind of influences the choice of strats that we want to go for. So, yeah, we've got a bunch more cutscenes here, but we're also get another important echo here.
Yeah, Zelda. Are you talking about Zelda's bed?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're at the point, or I don't actually use Zelda's bed for anything anymore, just because of the way the routing works out. I tend to just use smoothies when I need to heal.
Yeah.
Where we get smoothie in the run.
Yeah, but like in
Zelda's
a lot
bed
of other...
is still pretty good for her.
Yeah. But yeah, in a lot of other categories, it tends to see more use. It also sometimes it'll get used just because it is, I believe it's 3 triangles it uses, and sometimes when you specifically are trying to like max out the number of echoes you have out on the ground or make an echo disappear, it actually winds up working out that Zelda's bed is the most convenient echo to use for that. But yeah, in this run, yeah, we tend not to use it as much, but it's an echo that's required.
Yeah, it's definitely good
are.
for backup for healing. Like if you want to save your smoothies, so you have to make 30 smoothies for one of the side quests in this run. So we do have a lot of like free healing that we just pause and drink. If you like were to run out, or like there's a couple smoothies that are like 4 quests that you can't just drink, so it is like, because pretty soon we're gonna be getting the level 3 sword. And that means for a lot of things, we are going to want to stay at full health to have sword beams. So getting hit, even though like, oh, you have 15 hearts, why are you concerned about taking damage and like not having enough health? Not because we're going to die, it's because we're going to lose sword beams. So
yeah. Sword beams are something that like, I think in the very beginning, like when the game first came out, like we didn't realize just how strong sword beams actually are. Like they are in most circumstances like the strongest attack you can do. And maybe beaten only by like Lizalfos or like a couple other echoes, but those aren't always convenient to use, and sword beams you can fire from very far away and are very consistent. So we're going to use them virtually everywhere that we can as soon as we get them, but that won't be for a little while. So we're also heading back here to Gerudo Town. We're going to do a couple quests, but we're also going to be getting probably maybe one of the top 5 best echoes in the game in this segment.
for sure. Well, it's definitely my favorite echo.
Yeah, but we also need... Yeah, we're also starting a couple other side quests, so there's this side quest where there's some beetle nests that generate a bunch of beetles, and this Gerudo is really afraid of them, so we're going to go and take care of those for her. And then finally, there's...
I'm gonna do... I do the pajamas thing later. Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right, yeah, because...
I don't have tile yet.
There's the one echo that we're about to get that speeds that up.
Spoilers, it's flying tile.
Yeah. I guess we can say that, yeah. Flying tile is definitely... probably the best movement echo in the game. It's pretty fast, and it also you can launch from one tile. You can spawn another tile further up and jump onto it if you time it correctly. And so for runners who are really practiced with that, like, it just becomes the best movement tool in the game.
It's something where, like, it can be used to solve almost everything, but there are still places where there is a better solution than just forcing it with tile jumps.
Yeah, So here we're getting all 4 Borblin Echoes out
And
once.
Monster Gods, apparently.
Yeah, just gotta get that little interruption in there. And then,
I guess one thing about like using echoes, combat echoes, like enemies to fight other enemies, it can help in a lot of situations, but we're gonna be so overpowered by the end of the run that there's not a ton of use for it. It's particularly good for enemies with shields though, like Dark Nuts kind of just destroy like things with shields. It really helps with stuff like that.
yeah.
That one, like, I guess both of the Borblins with the shield are pretty annoying to fight, just like with the sword, because you have to like get behind them or like stun them somehow. But the Dark Nut just really.
Yeah. So here we're going to finally get the best Echo in the game. We have Flying Tile now.
Immediately gonna see it used. It is
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah, so yeah, we can cross gaps with it, we can gain height, we can gain small amounts of height with it. It's going to be used all over the place.
This rift is the first of like the optional ones we're doing, and the optional ones tends to be pretty simple. This one just has 4. But the routing for these is all like really interesting, in my opinion. So they're like some of my favorite parts of the run.
Yeah.
All the extra riffs that you don't get to see even in the list. This is not a task. I am playing the game now. I don't know if it's really possible to task Switch game yet. So yeah, the tile is the main reason we take this early trip to Gerudo. You do have to come back to the Gerudo section like several times throughout the run, just because of some of the side quests have like require like several trips to Gerudo Town. So being able to do this one early to get the tile is like super convenient. Before we started using Rongwa for 100%, we were able to get the tile in Gerudo Sanctum, but it's just not in a convenient part of the dungeon to like get to it at all. So
Yeah, because it's one of the very first rooms of the dungeon. It's just like getting back there is just too far out of the way, unfortunately. Like, it would be nice to have the flying tile in Hyrule Castle, but it doesn't save enough time to justify going out of the way for it when we can just when we can get it in that still world.
and that still world in particular is not there until you beat Hyrule Castle. Otherwise, we probably like get it like after beating Sanctum.
Yeah. Also, Frog Ring makes this Acorn minigame significantly faster. I mean, it's still not terribly difficult without it, but like, yeah, you can see also with the tile jumping with the Frog Ring, we were able, Photon was able to just like get right up there with no issue to that one that's out of the way. So, yeah, Frog Ring is also, like, just makes the movement so much better.
Some of the other categories, mainly like all dungeons, does Hyrule Castle really early. Like I think in the current all dungeons route, it's like the first dungeon you do after Southern. Southern basically doesn't always have to be the first dungeon. There is a way to skip Southern, but in categories that need to beat Southern anyways, it's always that's interesting. I jumped over my Pathblade.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, so like Hyrule Castle would be convenient to do early because we'd have Frog Ring early. But because of quest progression, we can't Hyrule Castle before we both Burrito Sanctum and Jibble Ruins. Warp out of this cave, Kakariko, and do a couple more things there and in Hyrule Fields. And then I'm actually going to go to Lube for upgrades. But the main thing we're doing in Kakariko is we're going to do the quest that gives you the cat clothes, which is required for another quest later on. Because it gives you the ability to talk to cats, which is really cool. Very random that can do that. Cats wake up. In my casual playthrough, I didn't know you could use the for this. I just assumed it's like, oh, it's a cat. You have to give it fish. So when I was like,
yeah, same.
Working on a route, I was like, how are we gonna do that? We have to like go get the fish and then like, you know, come back. But no, you can just. Alright, I'm not gonna forget the cuckoo on the windmill.
Yeah, this one, it's a little awkward to route because we kind of have to like go deliver this and then kind of run back. So this is, I guess, really the only good point to do it. Yeah, and then the annoying thing is, like, this Gwei is probably the best point for us to get the Gwei Echo. And you would think, okay, we kill the Gwei, and that's going to make it easier for us to do the Acorn game there, except it reloads when you start the Acorn main game, and then the Gwei is back. So you kind of
This is the last of the 3 games.
Yeah. None of them are particularly hard. This one, like, the Gwei being there is kind of annoying, but, like, it's relatively easy to dodge.
And even if you get hit, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They'll have plenty of time.
Yeah, I think, well, in this route, it isn't too bad. Like, when you had to do it, like, in the older route, when you kind of had to do it, like, after dealing with the Tektites and a couple other things, it was possible to be at low health here, but that's really, with this route, that's never gonna happen.
Whip. The cat clothes before I try and talk to the cat without them. Also, did I do the thing again? I did the thing. Right, forget you. The whole mill. And Spike Roller does not get used, but now we will be a cat for the rest of the run. We have the cat clothes, we're talking to the cat, but we're actually gonna not finish the quest right now. We have to make another trip to Kakariko at the end of the run to do the Burrito, so we'll just finish the quest at that point if I can spin attack. Armadillo. A couple more things to collect. We're making our way towards the ranch. We have to talk to an NPC there to advance the Impa's Gift quest. And one of the convenient parts about this is you also need to pick up the Dampe quest at some point. There's a couple places to do it, I believe, and just above the ranch is the most convenient. But we're not actually gonna go do any of Dampe's stuff until later on.
Yeah, the big thing is that we want to complete all of Dompe's stuff at once as far as getting all the automatons, and you need so many items and so many echoes to do that it really only makes sense to do that at the very end of the run. And so basically the automatons wind up not being that useful.
Yeah. I only use an automaton because there's a quest where you have to show someone an automaton. Other than that, they do not get used. Dampe. Luckily, he doesn't have an RNG heart piece in this game. That's one thing I haven't really talked about. There's not really a ton of RNG in this game. Like, there's no, you know, like 5% chance heart piece or really like bad like patterns you can get on bosses. There's definitely some weird things that can happen on some of the bosses, but overall, this game, the RNG in this game, not bad at all.
Yeah, so here this is going to wind up activating another rift. So this rift by the carrot patch doesn't exist until you talk to this NPC, and then you'll find out that Zelda's horse has fallen into this rift.
Which, by the way, here's some trivia. Does anyone know what Zelda's horse is named?
Yeah, I mean, I do not. Is there some one in chat who knows or can guess?
I'll give you a hint. It's not Epona.
Yeah, as tempted as I am always to like say Epona, just because it's like that's what I associate with Zelda games. But yeah, also yeah, now we have access to sword beams, so that is our most valuable like combat tool going forward. But
and I have the correct number of mic crystals for this part of the run too. We're just gonna upgrade everything once. Sword beam level 3 is really good. Energy level 3 is just convenient. The bow level 2 is mainly for safety. It's not like strictly required to upgrade the bow like this early, but there's a couple places where like it's good as a ranged attack if you like take damage somewhere and keep sword beam. So.
Yeah, and it's like since we're doing other upgrades, we might as well upgrade that one.
But this trip is convenient because we're going to be going to like Hylia now, so it's not an extra trip. I might have said earlier that it's an extra trip, but only the last one to like finish off the upgrades is extra. This is the upgrades we'll have for the next like 4 hours and maybe finally have enough mic crystals to do the rest of the upgrades. The main reason for going to like Hylia this early is because we really want the waypoint to do a run warp later. The main thing to do in Lake Hylia for 100% is the Great Fairy, and we don't have enough rupees to advance the Great Fairy's quest yet. In fact, we don't even have enough quest progression to advance the quest yet because it requires beating Elden Temple. So we're just gonna kind of use the trip to Luberry to go up to the waypoint, and then we're gonna just come back later. Nice snapback.
Yeah, yeah, I guess that's something. Yeah, because I guess you're using a turbo controller, so I'm kind of surprised you're getting snapback with it. But
the snapback on this controller is actually not as bad as with the Pro controller, even with doing the snapback fix. I did the snapback fix, and then like I was playing other games and didn't have any snapback. But then for this one, I still have snapback. But it's not as bad with this controller actually, as with like the actual Nintendo Pro controller.
Yeah, Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, the regular Nintendo one is kind of known for having snapback issues. Yeah. I mean, I did the snapback fix and I found that, like, it has solved the vast majority of snapback issues I was having.
This rift is pretty short. But you just see like how useful tile is. There, we did like I chained like 6 tile jumps or something, and it lets you most of the time go straight from point A to point B.
Yeah, and you're gaining height every time, so like it's useful when you just need to gain some height and also move in a certain direction, which is most of these rifts. And it is like fairly precise to get this, and uh just because like the flying echo or flying tile like takes, I think it's 3 triangles, and it's enough that you technically cannot spawn 2 at the same time. So what you're doing is you're like jumping and spawning the other tile essentially at the same time, although not quite exactly.
Yeah,
Like it's
it works.
interesting
It
timing.
works off of like this game works on a grid system where a lot of echoes will like snap to like a coordinate grid. And so you need to be at a specific place on the tile so that jump off the tile and then where the new one spawns when you jump is in the right spot relative to like where you land, so that you can actually like land on the new tile. And it is possible to like jump off the ground and do this, but then you kind of have to like just have to know where the grid is, like where you are in relation. It can be like a little bit faster in certain places to like tile over the water, but like actually timed it. Don't tell anyone.
Oh, you're not doing Eastern now?
Yeah, I'm doing a slight route change that doesn't save time, but I've noticed that I have more success with Eastern Temple when I do it when I already have 5 triangles, and I'm 1 rift away from getting that level. Oh, I don't have turn. I need to do 1 more rift to get a high enough level for that, so I shifted this section to be earlier so that Eastern is here.
Okay, yeah, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I know you're looking at the route. I will sure that gets reflected.
Yeah.
So here we're going for 2 for 1 to the Theory and this heart piece. Theory is required for a quest. We have to show it to an NPC, but other than that, it's not used. I'm going to be going into Ferret. It's kind of hard to see where I'm going, but a little bit.
Yeah, and then the interesting thing about these intro cutscenes here is, like, they only show up, like, after Hyrule Castle once you've activated, like, the main quest that starts these 3 dungeons. Which is why when we climbed Elden Volcano earlier, like, there was no big intro cutscene, but the next time we enter Elden Volcano, we're gonna get its intro cutscene, even though we've already been there once.
Yeah, I tried to do something I haven't tried before, but I guess the sword didn't get stuck on the ledge there. I just throw a bomb fish so that I blow up that web. Buzz Blob, not gonna see. Gripitune I got a moment ago is required for one quest. And we're gonna be going over to everyone's favorite cutscene in all dungeons, but in this game, or in this category, it actually makes sense, I guess.
Yeah. The interesting thing in all dungeons is the way they do Farron Temple fairly early on, and part of the reason for that is that there's a weird flag thing that happens when you finish Farron early. That means that you can actually skip the boss of Gerudo Temple because the end warp just is immediately spawned in that boss room. Which that's the I think technically there's a way you could do that in Southern as well, but it's absolutely not worth it for Southern. But for yeah, for the Gerudo one, it's like very like easy to sequence the dungeons in a way that makes that possible, which is just kind of hilarious.
The thing about doing it for Southern is, in order to set that fight for Southern, you would have to fight the boss of Gerudo. So you can't do it for both. And then also
Yeah,
Southern,
right.
obviously, like, skipping Southern is a whole thing. You'd have to, like, skip Southern, do the Gerudo boss, and then come back. The main reason that cutscene with the sweet spot is funny in all dungeons, because you get it after you've beaten Baron Temple. So I believe the rift is just not there anymore, but Tri is still flying around being like, whoa, there's like a huge rift here.
Yeah.
So here we're going through scrub quests.
Yeah.
So we mainly need to do quests and not just roam over into this dungeon for this rift, and then also the sequence that happens after this rift, because that actually contains a couple of key items that you would miss out on if you were to skip it.
Yeah. So basically the whole like story in this is that it's similar to Tears of the Kingdom, where the Deku Scrubs are just like addicted to this eating spider webs as quote cotton candy, which is like the weirdest thing.
They don't have sell these flowers, but it's fine. 2 extra splashes. And I placed a bunch of Ignizols down in the grass, and it hopefully burned all the grass, which is good to both get this and then also kill the flower. I normally don't get the Diggy Goma here, just no superstition, but I've noticed varying Goma fights, sometimes you can't get it during the Goma fight, so I decided to start just getting it here. This can be a little tricky to sort of like get around all these enemies. Flower in particular, if the thing starts aiming at you and like hits the tile and breaks the tile, it can be annoying. But here I'm gonna try to get past this Strantula, and I did it. This is one of the places where you see a lot that, like, it would be really convenient if you could equip multiple echoes at the same time, because we're just gonna, like, switch back and forth from the Strantula to the Bombfish, like, times. Back to the Strantula, not because I need it right now, but because it's the next thing I need.
Yeah. So, yeah, so we complete this rift, and this rift, like in most other areas, in pretty much everywhere else, it's like you clear the rift, and it's like, okay, that's it, you've cleared the rift, and everyone's happy. But because these Deku Scrubs are so addicted to their spider web cotton candy that has been spilling out from this rift, they're going to be very unhappy that we fix this rift. And so, they're going to transport us to the jail that, for some reason, the Deku Scrubs have. Yeah. Yeah, Blasu is the only one who's actually happy because this rift formed over his house, but for the rest of the Deku Scrubs are very unhappy with us.
Yeah,
However,
yeah, the Scrubs are unfortunately, or fortunately for us, very clumsy and are just gonna... The Scrub here's just gonna drop the key right outside the door.
yeah. Also, a pun there that I think only really works in English. Like on the English version, when you get that stick, it just says, "You got a stick. It's sticky."
Yep.
I think they try to make that pun work in other languages, but I don't think it works in any language except English. Like, I think they tried with German, but yeah.
Here I jump out of pots to get height to, like, jump up on top, and it sort of cheats its guard section.
Yeah, this guard section is like...
That's the easiest of all the guard sections in the run. Like,
yeah,
it's
one that, like, casually gave me trouble, but, like, as soon as I started speedrunning, it's like, it's trivially easy.
Yeah, because we actually can't make echoes right now because we don't have the tri-rod, so... But it's only these two. Get it back.
Yeah. Yeah, we're able to finally convince this Deku Scrub to give it back to us, and then we're able to use it to get out of here. And Tri, of course, is upset about the fact that there was this cotton candy on the tri-rod. But yeah, this heart piece, yeah, is trivial to get with the, yeah, with the...
Tarantula.
Yeah, with the tarantula.
Tarantula is good at... Also.
And then this last scrub, even if he knows us, we can outrun.
Oh, I need it. Fighter. Hydrozol. Prior for a quest, not gonna be good outside of that. Here I'll do one tile jump just to get height to get over the big Hydrozol. Here. Here on a Keese, we'll finally get the Keese Echo. Not gonna unused. And then we have to get a Might Crystal. And we're gonna finally see the Plat Boom used again. Plat Boom is one of the few things we have to get height, or to get past these vents. Still past them. There are other ways, but Plat Boom is... We don't have the Piranha Echo yet. The Piranha would also be good, but potentially slower. Horizontal vents, you can use the tile, but it doesn't.
Yeah, well, I think you can still reverse reverse spined it, I think, but yeah.
If you're just trying to swim like past it horizontally, I guess you could just swim past it. Maybe that would be better, but...
Yeah. Well, I think I've seen someone reverse spine through that with the flying tile, but
yeah, you have to go like over to the left and then go like across it instead of like I was talking about like going up against the vent, but I guess you're right. Yeah, find it.
yeah, at least in that particular scenario, because you're just trying to get across that area. But yeah, now we're gonna be doing Eastern Temple, which has some interesting strats to it. Yeah, and also this Might Crystal. Don't want to forget that.
Eastern and the Hidden Ruins, which is the second like smog area, are kind of disappointing because they're like these puzzles where you have to like put a bunch of sparks into like a box, but just kill a spark, get the echo, and then just spawn a bunch of echoes, and that works. So it like kind of every puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, I think in the second one, though, this area, I think, is, maybe, like, is completely cheats. The second one, there's still, I think, a couple interesting strats you can do while still cheesing it. And here they're like, oh, it's up above the ground, but you can still just jump and place them. So
the real interesting things about this is the actual fights. So.
Yeah.
Here I'm gonna give the Caramadillo. Dies in like 14. A couple other places to get this guy, but this is the most convenient. Momentum jumps past. Alright, Smog. So we're gonna go back and use Bed. Which we haven't used in a while, because the bed isn't like as useful anymore, but I'm going to focus on trying to do this strat correctly, and then it sort of explains itself.
Yeah. So basically
the first cycle.
Yeah. Basically this fight is scripted, where if you do the same thing, like, it'll work out the same way every time. So it's basically about just placing echoes in the same place, and just in a way that causes the clouds to quickly recombine.
So for the last phase, I'm going to switch to Boulder, because Smog now can start firing like electric shots that can break beds, so the Boulder won't be broken.
Yeah, and we're being very particular about placing each of these and breaking them at specific times, because we want all of these clouds to move in a very specific pattern so that they recombine exactly when we want them to.
Alright, nice. That was good.
Yeah. So these are basically just like memorize exactly where to place the boulders or in beds, and it'll work every single time.
I had been messing that up in all my runs recently because with the route that we changed, didn't have, only had 4 triangles, so you could only spawn 4 boulders at once, and just because of the order in which they despawn, you have to, like, time them a lot better. But with 5 triangles, it works out that like the timing is much more. There's basically no precise timing for like when you're allowed to place the next set of boulders.
Yeah. So the equipment item we get for that is the Ancient Charm. It's one of those, but it increases your defense, and it's a nice safety item potentially, but like it's not really needed. especially by this point in the run when we finally get it. Like,
we can't
have enough
we can't even
parts
equip
that...
it right now without unequipping the frog ring, so...
Yeah, that's the other thing of, like, yeah, it makes it so we would never actually equip it in the run, but in an older route where we did it earlier, it was like we would get it before the frog ring, so it was possible to equip it for safety before then, but yeah, by this point, it's... Yeah.
I'd argue also, like,
need...
we were doing that mainly just because the game was a lot newer and stuff. Like, Ganon was such a tough boss with... Why am I doing a bed launch? Okay, I guess we're doing a bed launch. And I didn't even make it. Okay, we're going to the Gust Master. I don't know why I autopiloted.
Yeah, old habits die hard. Yeah, speaking of when the game first came out...
Maybe that's why I did it. It's like, yeah.
The retro strats.
Yeah, the retro strats from 2.5 months ago.
Yeah. I mean...
Here's the beetles for that one, or the beetle mounds for that one side quest.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I am definitely glad that bed launches have been mostly excised from the route because they were a pain, and kind of as we showed with that one bed launch going really awry, like, imagine dealing with that for, like, a, 9-hour run when, like, this was the strat.
Right. Now we have one of the more interesting minigames after we get the bed. This is the medium level bed between the bed and Zelda's bed.
Yeah.
But we're never gonna see it. Right.
Uh,
Mango Rush is not too difficult. The last level can be challenging, but we have a strat for it, so hopefully. The first 2 levels are pretty. So.
Yeah. The first 2 levels you should not really ever have too much of an issue with. It's just, yeah, the last one, yeah, we've developed strats for specifically using Pathblade to pick up some of the melons.
Mangoes? Melons? Anyways.
Or mangoes.
So actually, I think on the first game, the first is the only one where you technically don't have to get a perfect score. There's no, like, bonus reward for it, I'm pretty sure. Because you just get the mangoes, I think.
Yeah.
It doesn't, like, save any
Yeah,
time to
it's
not get a perfect
also,
score,
yeah,
so-
it's also, I think, not difficult to get a perfect score for the first one.
Second one, some of the vines will have spikes that'll just, like, knock you around if you, like, run into them. But it's
Yeah. Yeah.
The frog ring also makes. The first 2 levels are available before you get Hyrule Castle, but the third one of the rewards for it is an outfit, so it's not available until after you beat Hyrule Castle, which is why we did it earlier. Ban is for Dampe, for one of the automatons, Light Crystals. And mangoes, of course. Lots of mangoes.
Yeah, we actually wind up with, like, a huge amount of mangoes after this, so sometimes it's, like, if you lose, like, half a heart and you don't necessarily have smoothies or want to waste a smoothie, you can just eat a mango to get yourself back to full health.
Mangoes are nice because they restore a full heart, whereas a lot of the other like items you could only restore like half or
Yeah. Of course, now some of these mango seeds are spawning bomb flowers, which is kind of raises the question of like why these could spawn bomb flowers and what this Gerudo is even up to, but I guess video game logic.
Alright, 70. Yeah, if you talk to the cat in the lab, the cat's like, I hate this Gerudo. They're growing things that are toxic to cats. I'd show the text, but it's in German. So
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I never bothered talking to that cat, but yeah, I'm not surprised.
did Ultimate Mango Rush using our crop harvesting tool. This Gerudo wants to see a flying tile. So
Yeah. So one other note about Mango Rush, if you do happen to fail that last level, you still get like above 60, you still get the dancing suit, and then you can equip the dancing suit, which makes that level a complete joke.
yeah, the
Because
dancing outfit gives a in rate. So
yeah.
it makes
Now, yeah, so
this part is just we're gonna make some smoothies, and it's mainly just
yeah. Yeah, so I get now the one downside is sometimes with the dancing suit, besides the fact that we really don't want to equip it, is the fact that sometimes it makes the spin radius a bit too large, and we like pick up or manipulate stuff that we don't want to, so it's best if you don't need to equip it. But it can be a backup if you do fail it the first time. It's best to just equip it for that minigame as a backup and then re-equip the cat clothes immediately afterwards, because you do need the cat clothes later on for another side quest anyways. But yeah, now we're just making a bunch of smoothies. I think there's 3 smoothie making segments across the run. And so a lot of what we're doing now is we want to equip a bunch of... There's a couple of smoothies we need for side quests, including the unfortunate smoothie. But then we also want to we want to make a bunch of energy smoothies in addition to health smoothies, because while I think we've gotten better at Farron Temple and it's no longer the case where it's like we absolutely need the refill, it's still nice to have in a few situations to be able to refill our energy gauge.
Yeah, I don't... With wrong warping to Farron, we don't need at all. Lanayru Temple now is actually the one where by the end of it, most likely.
Yeah. And also part of the reason why we split it up is, yeah, we get this equipment item, which would allow us to find smoothie ingredients in the wild, or I think it allows them to spawn more often.
Yeah, it like increases
We don't
the
need them at all.
It mainly just serves as the logical place to stop making smoothie for now.
Yeah.
Because it like...
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Yeah.
Cat is good for blocking during the Landmola fights. Because in the second 2 fights, they spawn a bunch of enemies, like these sand piranhas.
Yeah. It's not too bad in the second fight. The final Landmola fight is where it gets really painful we're getting the Sand Piranha Echo now. Because what'll happen in the last fight is that Aurodora that's to the left of the screen, it will literally spawn them right next to you as you're trying to pull the Landmola. And sometimes that just happens, and it's like, well, if you get hit, then it completely interrupts and stops you from pulling the Milan Mullen, and you have to start it again, and you have a limited amount of time to be able to pull it. And yeah, if that happens, it's just awful.
So we're gonna do this rift now. Not because it's any like strict part of the route. Like we basically could do this whenever, up through like. Just need to do this to be able to do flag races later on. But we're specifically doing it now because we want to be able to wrong warp, and we could wrong warp, but the rift is covering like the most convenient like access we have to the layout trigger, so we have to now. This is one of the few places where we don't inside area, like that's last.
Yeah, it's because there's
two inside area. Kind of loop around last one. So Plat Boom is good here to be able to go up while binding rock to get the try that's behind it. None of the other methods for height really bind something else getting height.
Yeah, also the nice thing with the frog ring is it means that you can instantly jump onto the Plat Boom without needing another echo. Whereas before we got the frog ring, it was then it's a pain to use the Plat Boom, as we kind of previously talked about.
Since we're rescuing Zelda's horse right now, I guess I'll answer the trivia from earlier. And that is that the name of Zelda's horse is Zelda's horse. That is what the horse shows up on the map as. Like, I wonder where my horse is, and you check the map to see where it is. It says Zelda's horse. So, that's her horse's name.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's like the horses really are just eclipsed by pretty much every other movement tool that we have at this point, so we used like the one other horse that was in the ranch earlier, right after we rescued it, but like other than that, the only time we're going to use the horse is in the flag races. And then, yeah, we pull the carrot to get Zelda's horse to come back, because and then we can dig up another one and use its echo to call it later.
We're gonna be doing another wrong warp. One. Oh. And this should not be a slow one. The Gerudo Desert entrance waypoint for this. This is actually a pretty interesting wrong warp. You'll see why. Not actually going to take us to a point. For some reason, there are certain wrong warps, just the way the table lines up, that they end up taking you, instead of to a waypoint, to the default entrance for a location. And so this one takes us to the default entrance for the stilled Elden Volcano. Convenient, because we can exit the rift to get this waypoint, which we need for 100%. And this waypoint we're actually going to be using a lot, and you'll see why later. This is the rift. Well, I guess I'll just explain right now. This waypoint is literally right next to the rift, and so this, from now on, all times we want to wrong warp, we just get into any still world to do that. We're going to use it because it's right next to it. It goes one step beyond that, because we're not actually going to beat Elden Temple for a while. We have to do 2 wrong warps to do the optimal route through Elden. And so we're going to leave this rift open for a while, so anytime you want to do wrong warps until we beat Elden, we can re-enter without having to, like, talk to Try, because the rift is just open. So it saves a decent amount of time to not have to... So, the reason we're doing part of Elden early, we're not going to beat it right now, as I said. We have to do it in reps. But the main reason we come here early is, 1, to speed up any future wrong warps we do. And 2, getting that cutscene with Garston, where we enter the Still World, actually breaks the sequence of the Goron City quests in a very minor way that will let us skip part of, like, the first cutscene of the quests. It's pretty minor. It's, like, saves, like, less than 10 seconds, I think, but it doesn't interfere with actually being able to, like, complete any of the main quests for Elden, but it's just going to break this cutscene outside of Goron City. And this is the Elden overview cutscene that we didn't get earlier because we hadn't beat Hyrule Castle. Weird, because, like, you just, you know, explore these areas in, like, an open world fashion before Hyrule Castle, so, like, it would have been really normally. But we're going to be taking care of the Elden subquests now, before we go any further.
Oh.
Yeah, this is, yeah, this, I think, is one of the more interesting, rifts.
This is one of my least favorite ones. It's just got a couple awkward
Yeah.
storm, which we're gonna try, and I can try and find it and just, like, drop it off the ledge, but Gauss Master is trying to get all the way up here. And then I'm actually just going to use Sword Fighter to jump and get this one, and then stay in Sword Fighter to kill this bow. Oh, I don't have Sword. See, this is why we get the bow, because it makes it so, like, if you sword beam somewhere, it's not the end of the world. Bow and, like, a ranged weapon. Because I took damage. Oh, I think from, like, the same. This is the last one. Try a strat that I don't really get that often. I didn't get it. It's possible to get down to this try with only using Bomb Fish. but it's pretty difficult. Oh my god. That Moldorm was in my way.
Yep, that is a real troll dorm. Yeah, shoutouts to Link to the Past.
Yeah, when I saw Moldorms in this game, I was like, oh, there will be a big Moldorm instead of a full-size one instead of the mini Moldorms. But nope, there's no like Moldorm boss in this game, just the Landmolas.
I think we're glad about, because like there, yeah, yeah, horror stories of getting knocked down 2 floors by the Moldorm in Link to the Past. Yeah, more cutscenes. So there's kind of these 2 other little sub areas in Volcano, or in Elden Volcano, that we need to do as part of the main quest, and then I believe we'll be doing both of those, and then heading out to complete Farron Temple.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing essentially what you said. There's a little bit more we want to do before we head straight to Farron Temple, but essentially we're just gonna do most of the stuff on Elden Volcano that we can do before we actually beat Elden Temple, including some of the stuff lower down on the. Coming up, we have one of the trickier heart pieces, not to get to, but to get back from without taking damage, in the middle of a lake of lava. So, pile to it, but there's fire octos that are kind of annoying, so, and zeros.
Yeah.
Try and bait this octo and just wait for a second, and nope, this thing was that's there, and then I'll eat a couple to get my health back, because I do want to be at full. Usually for the first couple times I need to heal, I'll use mangoes, and then later on, it's bound to happen again, I'll start using mangoes.
Yeah.
We do need to consume a certain number of smooth, because you can only hold 20, but we need to make 30, so...
Yeah, so Lizalfos Burrow, like, we can ignore most of them except for this room and the final room. And yeah, sword beams are so nice for dealing with those level 2 Lizalfos. Now, ultimately, we're going to actually have to go through this Lizalfos Burrow twice, once for the main quest and then later for a side quest.
Well, Zalphos 2 currently is the star of the All Dungeon route, but I don't really use it. Sword beams are better.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, the other thing is in the all dungeons route, like, we talked about Blueberry Skip earlier and the fact that Hundo can't do it because we need to do upgrades, but all dungeons does Blueberry Skip, so they cannot do any upgrades, so they never have access to Sword Beam, so Lizalfos level 2 winds up just being their highest damage source that they have convenient access to.
They don't even have the level 2 sword. God, I can't target the right thing.
Yeah, shoutouts to the targeting in this game. We're still not even to the point that's the worst part of the game for targeting.
Yeah.
We will let you know when we get there.
There's a couple parts that are really bad, but there's one boss in particular that is really annoying.
Yeah. And then, yeah, more cutscene, but that one, I guess, is kind of brief.
Torch slug, not useful. Technically, like, there's like niche uses of it, but we just have better echoes. There's like, I think technically there's like a strat for Scorchill that Torch slug, but you're gonna far superior.
Yeah. So, yeah, which, yeah, all Dungeons runners are going to look at the Hundo version of Scorchill and just be, so mad at how much better the Hundo version is in comparison to what, like, all Dungeons has to do. Yes, also one thing I don't think we've
pointed. Also, just so I don't have to go out of there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't forget to actually go in the quarry here.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess starting discussing this, like, one other kind of interesting thing is, so every time we pick up a Might Crystal, it refills our energy, which is nice, and it kind of is nice to be able to kind of route them as free energy refills, but at the same time it's kind of annoying because you have to wait that time for the energy meter to refill. Yeah, so here we do have kind of a way to cheese this area a little bit and skip some of the cutscenes, although this...
Soul gets away and then...
Yeah. But yeah, we can kind of drag that out of range of, the...
Probably was not faster
trigger.
The way I did it, but...
Yeah. We also have a question in chat about the Hundo requirements. So, yeah, the Hundo requirements is basically everything in the inventory, so we need all the heart pieces, all the might crystals, all the stamps, all the, yeah, tri-max level, which means, clearing all the rifts, and then all the various side quest items, and there's... I'm sure I'm forgetting about a couple things.
Yeah, the clothing, the accessories, all the echoes and automatons, all the quests, all the dungeons, all the bottles, and things like that. Yeah. Basically, if it's in the inventory somewhere, you need it. We also need all the overworld waypoints, which are on the map that's available from anywhere. We don't need dungeon and still world waypoints. There's like a couple other minor things that aren't required. Like we don't actually need like map completion. We just need the waypoints. There's no like map percent counter in this game.
Thankfully.
You don't need to make all the smoothie recipes. There's a way. There's like a catalog of smoothie recipes. Unironically, not joking, there are 69 smoothie recipes. We don't need them because there's no unique reward for filling out that. But like, that's one of like the few exceptions to like what we need.
Yeah.
That's not exactly the way I wanted to file that, but it's fine. We're just gonna go to the optional rift down here, which is one of the more interesting ones in my opinion.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, this is I think the one I was really thinking of.
This is Western Eldon, and we're gonna be grabbing a couple echoes here that we normally used to get in other places, but as we've been doing more and more wrong warps, there are fewer and fewer options for certain echoes, so one of those being the Gyro, which is a really powerful echo. Well, I don't need to equip it, but between the Gyro and the... You can use the Gyro in combination with Gustmaster to gain absurd amounts of height. It's not infinite, technically, but it's more than you'll ever need. Like, it can be used to climb any part of Hybra, so it's good enough for anything. That's like the highest thing in this game.
Yeah, and then we have Fire Whiz Robe, which, in a way, it's nice. Well, that is certainly a thing that happened. This never happened before.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
But yeah, the Whiz Robes are like really nice in certain combat situations, and we kind of talked about Scorchill earlier. Having the elemental Whiz Robes is going to be really nice for because it does a lot more damage than the elemental keys.
Yeah, the story of that Fire Wizard is actually really interesting, because we didn't used to get that one. Before we started wrong warping, or if you don't wrong warp, there's a mandatory Fire Wizard you have to fight in Eldin Temple. So that's where we were getting it, the Echo, for a while. We started doing enough wrong warps that, like, wrong warp past that fight, so we don't get that Fire Wizard anymore, so we have to find another place to get it. Meanwhile, since we always skipped past that one, that is like a pretty dangerous place to have to like sneak around a Fire Wizrobe because it's in a lava lake, and the Fire Wizrobe does like 2 hearts of damage. Falling in the lava is just like really, really slow, so we were like sneaking around that Wizrobe for a while. And then it's actually really convenient that you're able to like sneak up on it and then like bind it into water blocks to drown it. So because that's just like so much easier than like having to like avoid triggering it, but like going to the try on the far side of the lake. And then a cool thing I did in the rift that I sort of glossed over is I was able to grab one of the tries through the corner by just blocking the vent with the rock roast, because the rock roast is heavy enough to block an air vent, I guess.
Yeah. It's also really cool that we can kind of do this whole section in reverse, going down the mountain, where in the previous, before the wrong warp routes, we would be climbing.
This guy's all the way over here. Yeah, as Xavier was mentioning, like, we used to climb the mountain. Like, we used to basically do a bunch of stuff at CAC and then do a giant loop around to, like, go out to like where we are now essentially, and then up the mountain, and it was just pretty slow, honestly. But I guess we did climb the mountain earlier, so like you have to climb the mountain at some point. Here's an accessory. This makes fairies appear more often, which is just not helpful to us.
Yeah, have we even gotten a bottle yet?
I don't think so. I think the first one we get in this, we might have gotten one actually. How many stamps do we have? One more stamp and we'll get the bottle. I think the stamp bottle is the first one we get in this route.
Yeah. Because, yeah, it's interesting. The only thing that bottles are used for in this game are just catching fairies.
Yeah. Heart piece in this cave, and then we're gonna warp out. This cave is not one that's like particularly slow to exit. It just ends up being slightly faster to get that other heart piece under the rock first, and then warp out of here. And we're gonna be doing a wrong warp, and we're gonna actually be doing 2 wrong warps back to back for Farron Temple. You'll see why once we're in the dungeon. I do not need. I need sign. Is what I need, not plat boom. Cool. You'll get to see the faster version of Wrong Warp. I can get map storage.
Yeah, it's tricky because it is technically, I think, either frame perfect or pretty close to frame perfect, which is why we use the sign to buffer it.
I think the sign is required. I don't fully understand what the role of the sign is, but yeah, this is pretty bad. There we go. So we're going to warp up to the volcano summit. For Echo, I think I need the bed. See, I'm able to enter. It's hard to tell because you can't see. First of all, there's no mini-map in that area. Second of all, the main benefit is it's closer and I don't have to Hylia. You don't have to talk to Try to enter, so. But I'm at the boss door, which would be really convenient, but I need the boss key. I'm gonna get the waypoint. And then to get the boss key in this dungeon, you actually have to fight Manhandla twice. And you specifically have to fight the first Manhandla before you fight the second one. I'm gonna do a little strat here to sort of cheese the switch puzzle to open the door. Instead of like having to do the scales, you can just sort of like find a bed, jump, and then land down as the new bed is spawning. I'm gonna be making my way to the first Manhandla fight, and then I'm actually gonna be leaving the dungeon and doing a completely separate realm warp to get to the second Manhandla fight. And that's faster than going through the dungeon. Another useless echo here. But in this room, we're actually going to get an echo that is going to be very useful, and that's the electric keys. This is going to be for Goma gameplay. Actually, I think that's the only for.
Yeah.
Here's the first Manhandla. Pretty straightforward. So the yellow heads for Manhandla are just require you to like damage them. They don't have any like special condition for defeating them. We'll see later the blue heads require you like feeding them a bomb, basically, so we're gonna need to bombfish. In older routes, we actually already had the like the sword fighter bombs, but just with the route now we don't, so we just have to use bombfish. Sword fighter bombs have like niche uses. They do a ton of damage. Like I think they're like the second highest hit in the game, like damage value for like an individual hit. But they're still pretty niche because of like how long they take to damage certain things.
Yeah, but we'll see, like, they kind of become the star of the show when it comes to the dojo. Because
And
they deal
I'm
so
failing
much...
map storage a lot again. There we go.
Yeah, but they just deal so much damage. That... Yeah. I will see when we get there, but... There are certain modified boss strats that we can like very quickly defeat them with bombs.
I use the Southern Ruins waypoint for this one. This will take me to the waypoint right before the second Manhandla fight. So this dungeon is one of the ones you get to skip a lot more of. So I wait for that first blue head to swallow, to like go to start eating something. I got eaten by the yellow head. Okay, that's bad. I think the first blue head is probably gonna get up now. Yeah. Okay, so this fight did not go great, but it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit tricky, yeah, because, like, back when we had the sword fighter bombs here, like, there was a strat you could do where you could stun both heads at the same time by, like, throwing a sword fighter bomb and a bombfish.
Yeah, but we don't have enough triangles to be able to spawn 2 bombfish at the same time, so have to wait for the first head to be down before we spawn a bombfish for the second one. Okay, so this, I'm actually gonna drink a smoothie. I think I should be fine. Start using smoothies.
So, this is the fight that I was talking about when I was saying that
Wow, that's
the
fast.
targeting system.
I got really lucky with that first piece, getting like 2 hits immediately.
Yes. Like, it... like, I think that is, like, the smoothest Phase 1 I've seen in a long time. But, yeah, like...
Dude, like, why did target the one that was, like, far away?
Yeah, like,
And
you just... there.
In the ground
like,
phase, it doesn't even matter that much, because, like... I'm gonna go for a strat that's kind of new. Okay, that didn't really work. I tried to get a keys high enough to just get the top one immediately, but... Okay, that's not that bad. That's pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, the targeting, like, mostly was fine in this fight, but sometimes it's like you just, like, hitting target over and over, like, and it's targeting everything except for the one node that you need to hit. And then it gets, and it's really frustrating. So, yeah, this is easily, this is a lot of people's least favorite fight, mostly just because of the targeting mechanics.
I believe once I go through the warp, there's a decent amount without having to do any inputs. Well, there's a couple inputs, but after that, there's another short, like, period of no inputs.
Yeah. Honestly, like, there's, like, for this run, there's kind of, like, two, like, what we call bathroom break cutscenes. There's, like, after, Jabul ruins, there's the cutscene of, like, them, playing their song for, Jabu Jabu, which is, like, somewhat close to a minute, and then the
Oh,
next
it's like over a minute and a half, I think.
Okay, I guess I
It's
underestimated.
longer than the lore cutscene. We don't even get the
Yeah,
lore cutscene here, because this is the first dungeon we beat, the
yeah,
first goddess dungeon. The
yeah.
lore
But the
cutscene won't be for
next,
another like hour, honestly. So
yeah, but yeah, those are basically the two cutscenes that you get as like bathroom break cutscenes.
yeah, I was talking
Uh,
a bit about it earlier, but we don't have formal break rules for this game, for this category yet. But it's something the community is actively discussing, and most people seem to be in favor of allowing breaks in some form.
yeah,
Oh no, I did that jump with turbo. Banned.
yeah, no, yeah. I mean, with Turbo, it's like, yeah, we kind of the ruling that we made is that Turbo is allowed for text. And really the main reason for that ruling is so that is because there's a few strats where like Turbo would completely cheese it to the point where we kind of decided that like we'd allow Turbo for text but not just for everything.
All right. I am actually gonna take a quick bathroom break here. Hopefully there's not too many text boxes once it loads to outside. I don't think there's a ton of text boxes coming up, but I will be right back.
But yeah, so basically in this cutscene, like all that's the Deku Scrubs, like having had the rifts removed, they're like, oh no, cotton candy's gone. But then they're like, but wait, we have smoothies because the business scrubs are running the smoothie shop, so they all go in and run to get smoothies, and that's what they're going to be obsessed with for the rest of the game. Uh, but yeah, there will be a bunch of side quests coming up. We'll basically be clearing all the quests in the rest of this area, which there's quite a bit. Most of them are with Scrubs and Scrubton. But yeah, but yeah, we'll be doing the second smog dungeon.
I'm back.
And
All right.
yeah,
So clearly our cutscene's not quite long enough, but when you gotta go, you gotta go. Oh, I already have this waypoint. Why do I have all dungeons muscle memory? I get that waypoint after beating the. Oh, I said no. Yeah. So we're gonna do all of the fairing cleanup. I'm not sure, 64-bit, what you were saying while I was gone, but
yeah, I was just talking about this segment and so yeah. Yeah, we're picking up like several side quests in a row.
Farron, for some reason, has like a very large amount of side quests for some reason. I don't know why it has so many. Like 5 or 6 side quests in this area.
Yeah, and that's our use of the Ribbitoon Echo. We used to have another use of it before we did Wrong Warps into the dungeon, because there's a puzzle where there's a bunch of torches that are all lit and you need to unlight them all at once, and you can either use a Gustmaster or the Ribbitoon, because the Ribbitoon makes it rain and puts out all the torches.
Yeah. I think the Gustmaster there was... I said no. The Gustmaster there was slightly faster, but... the Drippitoon, I think this one is
Yeah, Drippitoon.
Still
I might have said the
required.
other one.
yeah, there's the Drippitoon, which is that frog, and then there's another one that is the Ribbitoon, which is, I think is... I'm actually not sure what it does. I think it, like, distracts enemies with singing or something.
Yeah, at any rate, like, I don't think I've ever had a reason to use it.
This guy just wants some Electro Apples, which we conveniently just got from the quest where we showed the Drippitoon. Because, while you could get some, like, from random drops in places, it's just nice to have, like, a place to get it before you need it. So, the routing for this section is mostly dictated by having to dig this guy up in a couple places to complete his quest. We'll be sort of going around in various orders to find where he is. We're gonna go into this cave because there's one echo. Well, we're gonna get 2 echoes in here, but there's one echo that is only in this area. Pretty useful echo. We're gonna get the B-mouse while we're here. The B-mouse is not gonna be used.
Yeah, we need to hit it once to make it, like, harden up, and then we can use a bombfish to get rid of it. And yeah, there's this really cool strat here where you can make the Wizrobe target the switch through the grate, which skips most of that cave.
Ah, wait. Alright, so this is Darknut 3. One of the best echoes for, like, fighting in the game. I need to clear the post-Hyrule amiibo text before I open this chest. This is one of the other accessories. I think that one, like, knocks things back with your spin, but we're not going to use it. Oh, I needed to. The 3. We're gonna get the Goo Spectre, which is funny, but not useful. Ooh, spooky.
Yeah, it's actually annoying in one particular dojo stage if you happen to accidentally aggro it. But other than that, yeah, it's not, like, it doesn't really do all that much.
So we need to kill all these Mothulas for a quest. Because I sort of used the Sanctum earlier, I already have Mothula level 1, but we still need to kill them. I can't place enough water blocks to actually get them. The other one drowned itself, I think it did. Yeah, okay, we're good. And I need to kill, even though we already have the Drippitoon Echo, I need to kill them to be able to light the torches up there to get into the hidden ruins. And this is where we're going to be doing the second Smog, which is a 2D version of Smog. Pretty interesting. In my opinion, it's a little bit easier, actually. just because it being 2D makes it a little bit easier to recover if you mess up, but it's just still a little difficult to get the hang of. You're like trying to like learn it. I use a bomb fish for that web, because if you try to light it on fire, like you could use Ignazol, but it takes longer, and then like you have to worry about fire being there.
Yeah, so that is kind of the one kind of interesting thing strat that we can do with cheesing those puzzles, is moving that boulder.
One thing I haven't really mentioned is, with having so many echoes in this category, equipping them can kind of be a pain. One thing, there's a couple different things you can do to like, speed that up. One of which is, if you're just scrolling through the menu, you can hold R to scroll faster, and I'd use that a lot when I'm going more than like a couple echoes away. And then the other thing is changing the sort, which is useful in a couple situations. So here I'm going to go back to Boulder, like I did for the first Smog.
Yeah.
Here we kind of have to wait a little bit for him to like go around, but fine.
Yeah, he also takes 2 sword beams instead of just 1.
Yeah, so the strat here is going to be similar. I've tested and messed around a bit with strats where you drop boulders on the clouds to like have them all drop to the floor. But I've yet to find anything that's like consistent and like faster than this current strat I'm doing, so I still do it this way. So I do have to wait, but it's not that tight to then close in place. Those 3, no longer need those 2 on the right, so I can spawn these 2. Then I'm gonna get up here, and now I just have to wait for a while. I'm gonna let this guy pass around this boulder, and then place another one to cut him off. And then I'm gonna bind him and turn him around. I no longer need the one at the bottom, and then this is the tight timing. I'm gonna wait, and as soon as that guy clears, I'm gonna spawn another one. And now I just have to wait for him to come around. But that was pretty good. Good smogs. So I did accidentally pick up a Monster Stone earlier, and after the second land Mola, but by this point in the run, you've gotten a guaranteed Monster Stone anyways, so you don't have to worry about avoiding them anymore. Using the boulder just because it's equipped to get up here, and I think this now is going to give us our first bottle. Finally. Not that the bottles are like or anything.
Yeah, because at this point, like, I think fairies, like, restore 3 hearts in this game.
Yeah, it's like 3 or 5 or something.
But yeah, and at this point, we are not at risk of dying at all.
I'm gonna jump on the stamp to get up here. Get this one. I'm just gonna double check my counts here. Okay, we're good. So, because we did wrong warps for Farron Temple, we skipped a mandatory electric Wizrub fight, so have to get this guy. Luckily, we can sneak up on him, just like the fire rub. I'm just going to be doing some more collection stuff that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, I think the electric Wizrobe we don't use at all.
I don't use it.
The other two elemental Wizrobes, Fire and Ice, will use in the Scorchill fight.
So I do go backwards through this cave just to get the beacon. One of the echoes that only has like a few places to actually get it. I think there's 2 others. One Baron somewhere. Possibly. And then one, like Farron Temple, I mean. And I don't remember where the other one is, but this is the most convenient.
Yeah.
I took damage. Oh,
Yeah,
that didn't kill because I took damage.
Yeah, this is probably one of the more inconvenient places to take damage, just because, like, we're going through a couple.
Why? What? Why could I not place an echo there? That's really strange. Anyways, we're gonna do this Heart Lake Rift now.
Yeah. With this very distressed Deku Scrub nearby.
Oh, my turbo, please.
So, yeah, we're gonna open up the rift as per normal.
Yeah, so for some reason, this is, like, not a side quest. You just kind of do the rift, and there's these, like, scrubs there. I don't know why there's, like, not a side quest for them. But we need to do the rift anyways, for 100%, so...
Yeah. Starting out, we want to go to the right there to dodge a text trigger. And then it's kind of similar to the other Farron one in that we're going to set some stuff, set some grass on fire so that it kind of chain reacts to burn a web so that it's gone by the time we come back to it.
I'm gonna fall down.
Yeah, that one's kind of awkward to make that jump. Like, you can definitely do it, but to jump off and then land back in that little cubby hole.
That spider web I thought was gonna hit the tile for sure.
Yeah, and then this puzzle where you have to be outside the range of that vent while finding the bomb fish within that vent. Yeah, where do you wind up getting the Bayou de Kubaba Echo?
I get it in Lanayru Temple.
Right, yeah. I know you had talked about rerouting that one. Right, is that in the room with the Moa?
Yeah.
There's
There's 3 echoes in that room, so it's just a little bit more convenient to get there than the previous places.
So those Deku Scrubs are reunited, and then we have this Deku Scrub who, yeah, we need to find 2 more times.
There's a couple more collection type things. And we've got another cave with one of the other really good echoes. Not one you're going to see a ton in this run. I don't think you're going to see it at all, but definitely one of the better echoes, at least casually. I don't think I need to tile jump that. But we get to skip most of the cave leading up to it because we need to go in the exit here. 90 sword beams from this guy. Okay. Yeah, so Lizalfos level 3 is one of the better echoes. Not gonna see it in this one, unfortunately. I've experimented with it in a couple things, and I prefer Dark Knight 3. In like the couple places where Lizalfos could be used.
Yeah, the thing with the Lizalfos is that they can do like one attack and then they kind of have a cooldown before they want to do another attack. So to use the Lizalfos effectively, you basically have to like spam basically like generate them so that like they attack and then spawn another one, and then have it attack and then spawn another one. And so it's a lot more convenient to use like Dark Nuts that will just spin and attack for longer than the Lizalfos.
Work out of this cave back to Scrubton to turn in some of the quests we've been working on.
Yeah, so this Deku Scrub is still won't believe us that they're like they thought they saw like this big thing of like cotton candy heading towards the hidden ruins, and won't believe us that it was just smog.
Mothula quest. We're almost done with Farron.
Yeah. Actually, kind of think of it, I'm wondering if like we actually need to specifically talk to them to start that quest, or if we can just defeat the Mothulas and then complete it. Because there's been a couple of those where it's like we thought we needed the.
Usually for the ones that are like kill this specific enemy, you do have to talk to the NPC first. I tried that for the Metal Mound one, and killing the beetles before talking to that NPC did nothing. So you can test this one, but
Yeah.
And then we just need to do one more war back to Blossu's house to find this scrub the last time. We'll be almost completely done with Farron. There is technically one thing in Farron we haven't gotten yet, but it's in the far corner of Farron, like the other far corner of Farron, so we will be getting it in a separate segment later on.
Yeah, it's just like in a really inconvenient location, so
It's closer to like Southern and like Highland than it is to Farron. So
Yeah. Yeah, because the thing is, I think, like, casually it's supposed to be where you first enter Farron, but in my casual playthrough, I did not enter Farron from there. I think casually I did kind of just go over the trees. Yeah, so there's a couple of cleanup things in this, like, Caesora area. I think this is one of the places where you had tried out using Lizalfos 3.
oh my god, what the? I don't know why that chomp fin, like, decided to... Don't hit me. Yeah, that fighting in water is a little bit awkward, because you can't, even with targeting, you can't aim sword beams, like, up or down. So there's not a ton of, like, good things, especially in 3D, to, like, fight in the water. It's kind of hard to, like, actually hit stuff.
Yeah.
I say in 3D as if, like, this game really has a Z-axis or whatever, but... It's really... I mean, in the water, I guess it does, because you're going up and down, that's what... So weird. Okay, so this is one of the more annoying quests. This is this region's quest where you have to, like, bind something and then, like, bring it with you for a while. And this... Actually get the echo.
Yeah.
This fish has a ton of things that can break it. So we try to be very careful not have it break anywhere.
Yeah. That said, like, I think we've developed some better strats for it, because we used to, like, carry it through a moblin camp, and that was, not particularly great. Because you basically had to throw down meat to distract the moblins so that you could carry it by and they wouldn't be attracted to the fish.
The other thing is... Oh, that. Forgot to switch back to Pathblade. Your own Pathblade can break it, so I'm gonna, like, ride it and then be careful to drop it in a place where the Pathblade won't break it. Pathblades are especially important there because we can't spin while binding. The R button that's normally used for spin is instead just used for reverse bind. So we'd otherwise just have to lock, and it's kind of slow. Getting on Jabu's den can be a little bit annoying. This heart piece. I did one extra because I need to go here, so my last one needed protection. But it's fine. And then here, there's not really any good places to use Pathblades, so...
Yeah. This area in particular is kind of awkward to route out because stuff is spread so far out, and
yeah, you kind of have to do like lots of back and forth and like loops and stuff. That I've looked for other ways, but I've yet to find anything that feels good. So I kind of just stick with what we have for now. Because we have to go back to right below this rift later to talk to an NPC for a certain quest. Lots of tile jumping.
Yeah, this rift is interesting because it's the only one that is like divided onto like 2 different maps like this.
Yeah, this isn't really like a cave, but you know, it's kind of sort of like one. Oh, I forgot to do a faster strat. Not a big deal. And that Tangler just prevented me from getting in the water. Right at the edge.
Yeah, that Tangler is getting a raise from Null. Yeah, so every time, or like when we get a new try level, there's some, like either you get another triangle or you get a cost reduction. And so in some cases, like when we get cost reductions are actually pretty useful, but a lot of them are just for echoes that we basically never use. I think, like, at some point there's a cost reduction for Gustmaster.
Speaking of echoes we don't use, we just got the sand crab. And I took damage, but it's literally right before this heart piece, so... oh. My turbo was stuck on. That's why I couldn't get out. Probably didn't need pathway at that point. I should have over here.
Yeah, now we have Fish Drama Part 2.
There I do a pretty interesting equip to get to the Tangler I need quest. I equipped a bombfish, and then with bombfish equipped, I switch the sort, the type, because bombfish is right next to the Tangler.
Yeah, this is one. There's a few times where sorting by type is really useful, and this is one of them because this Zora wants like a bunch of the different fish echoes, so yeah, so it's useful to just sort by type. And then we get Swimming Lesson Zora Edition.
That is the Zora scale, which gives you more dive time. Useful. In a little bit, we will be getting the Zora flipper, which gives you swim speed, which will be one of the other accessories we are going to use.
Yeah. Now, one of the unfortunate things is that, like, so the Great Fairy is how we get more equipment slots unlocked. We need, but it costs a lot of rupees, so it isn't until, like, very late into the run that we actually unlock all of them. Although I guess we'll be unlocking a few of them fairly soon because we want to get the Great Fairy's quest.
Yeah, we still aren't able to do that. We need the Elden Temple before that.
Right, yeah.
So it'll still be a little bit.
Right, yeah, and I think in this route it's the Elden is the last dungeon that we beat. Yeah, now we got one of the rupee items, which again, not particularly useful for us. But yeah, at any rate, yeah, so... But yeah, because of the rupee requirement and...
Targeting. See the camera like zoom out like that to target something halfway across the world?
Targeting system in this game.
On screen?
Uh...
Have to get all the way over. This guy. Just the base sword moblin 1 and speed
Yeah.
moblin 2. Not gonna use either of them. I feel like I say that for like 2/3 of the ectos. But there's definitely over half the ectos we do not use at all, so. How did I get this?
Yeah, I mean, we can sell, like, stuff later on for rupees, but obviously the less that we have to sell, the better, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's this kind of fine line between how far out of the way are you willing to go for extra rupees.
So this is Dante's house. We're just getting the waypoint. We'll warp back once we're ready. Automaton. Don't have everything yet. But we're... you'll see why we're going through this section now. In a second. Something pretty useful that's above us. I just use the pass play thing. Get the switch.
Yeah, and I think there's this one out-of-the-way stamp that we need. And it's time for Stamp Guy again. But yeah, I believe now we're getting the last stamp book. Or stamp card, rather. So after this, there's only 5 more stamps.
Yep. And this is... I haven't forgotten any. This is where you're supposed to go. Oh. Making sure. Alright, so now, for the first time, you get to see a really cool trick. Oh, where is it? Where is it?
You did get it, right?
I should have got it. Oh, I accidentally equipped it. So it's here. This is called Gust Gyro. And it is really good for getting absurd amounts of height.
Yeah. And, yeah, I do not miss the days of bed launching up here. Because, yeah, the other nice thing is we don't get, with the Gust Gyro, we don't get interrupted by the cutscene of, oh, it's really cold up here. And then, yeah, we get this Brazier Echo, which we'll be using because there's a lot of torch or, like, puzzles here that require, like, melting icicles, and the Brazier is the best way of doing that. And we finally get to see a fan favorite character, Conde. Shoutouts to Pants, who's another person who has run this category.
Oh.
Yeah, so here it's like in order, like there's a storm outside, so Conde won't let us leave. So basically, what we have to do is we have to interact with a bunch of objects in this room. So we look at the shovel. There's a drawing on the wall, and then we need to read his journal. And then that's enough time to cause the storm outside to let out so that we can leave.
So, throughout Laneru, there's not much we need to do in terms of 100% here. We're just gonna follow Conde for a bit to get to the first rift. And then that's it. Even casually, most of Conde's like stuff is skippable. Even after the rift, you would need to watch like two more cutscenes that are like pretty short cutscenes, and then it's just getting up the mountain. Skip both of those cutscenes. Wrong warping to the dungeon.
Yeah. So here, sometimes the Gust Master can blow out the torch if you place it too early, but yeah, in this case it's fine. Yeah, we're getting a few things, and you might you probably go in that cave to get to the ice cave, but here, I guess first we're doing this other cave to get a accessory.
Yeah, there's an accessory and an echo in here.
And, oh yeah.
Sword Goblin 3, can do pretty good. I use the Dark Nut there because it takes 2 hits, and otherwise it has a shield. Difficult to deal.
Yeah.
And then this cave is short enough, so.
Yeah. And then, yeah, the energy bell, like, it would make more energy particles appear in the, in the stilled world areas, but it's not useful. There will be energy equips that we get later on from the dojo that we will be equipping because they will actually make the energy meter drain slower. But yeah, we don't get those until we do the dojo, and we do the dojo in one shot very late into the run. And also after we get most of the equipment slots unlocked.
We will have all the upgrades and 4 out of 5 accessory spots by the time we do the dojo. Most of the dojo stages require, like, there's boss rushes in the dojo stages that require you to have actually fought those bosses previously. Or at least, to have the game think you should have fought the boss. Pretty sure it's based on quest progression, not having actually fought a boss. So, like, Ogre, you can switch from Ogre for it. Either way, this rift is one of the ones I don't like. We're gonna get this snowball here, just there's not any other place to get it, it's kind of on the way. But the main reason I don't like this one is because of how many times you have to like switch back and forth between like a fire source and like the tile or other echoes to get around. It's just brutal. And I fell down.
Yeah.
That not work. Sir. There we go. Oh, I don't. Oh, I did need to battle next anyway. Here I am going to sword fighter to do the jumps. Goblin. Get in your way while you fell off this platform. Last trio.
Yeah. Now, there is a Conde trigger after this that I believe even with the wrong warp is required. Or is it? Oh, right. We can skip it because of wrong warps. It looks like back in the old and back
Yeah, we
before
do
wrong
need
warps.
we do need to, or no, we skipped this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna warp away.
Yeah.
We will see Conde again later. And actually, this is one of the more interesting segments of the run. We'll see why very quickly.
Yeah. Well, first we're starting a quest where they're like, hey, wait a second, there's like one more soldier than there's should be here. But then we're going to, yeah. We're gonna see that.
Why is that there?
Yeah, we beat Hyrule Castle. I still don't know why this rift doesn't go away. Well, it's to do with the wrong warps, but, like, I don't know that any of us know exactly why the rift sticks around.
So I'm pretty sure what happens is, since you wrong warp to Hyrule Castle and never, before the rift actually appeared, then making the rift go away instead makes it appear.
Yeah, which is really strange. Yeah, also that does need to be a big Hydrazol. So yeah, you might be wondering, well, how do we actually manage to do any of the stuff that's buried in this rift? Well, we'll hop in the well and yeah, finish this quest, and then we'll kind of see exactly how we manage to do stuff that's locked inside the rift.
One thing that's important for routing purposes. It's possible to get locked out of doing this quest if you... I need to select an option here. Once you beat all 3 goddess dungeons, General Wright will go to Eternal Forest to sort of like secure the path for you. And while he is doing that, you cannot continue this quest because he's for it. So we have to do this quest before we beat all the goddess dungeons. This will be especially important because in this route with Realm Warping, we never actually have General Wright return to be able to finish this quest later. You have to like open the path to the ancient ruins to do that. So because we're going to be Realm Warping at the end and not actually opening the path to ancient ruins, he'll just be guarding the Eternal Forest forever. I don't know what the soldier's German name is, but his name in English is Capnut, which I don't know, but yeah. Anyways, here we are just, you know, walking in the rift. Totally normal, totally normal, by the way.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Just totally normal gameplay. Nothing glitchy about this whatsoever.
This quest took... It took a while to figure out the exact triggers for when this quest appears, but I believe it's just completing one soldier too many, and then also completing the prior horse quest to get your horse for some reason. So once you have those 2 quests, you're able to get this one. We'll be advancing it later. The other thing, used to think that quest also required beating all 3 goddess dungeons, but it does not. So that's actually for the route. And something I actually discovered mid-run, because when I first was changing the route for Wrong Warp, I had not actually... why am I doing it that way? I had not actually finished a playthrough of the route before even doing a run. Get out of here. There we go. Okay. So I discovered that mid-run and changed the route on the fly. I go over here to get a Ribbitoon. I guess Ignital. We're just gonna do the sanctuary stuff now. Couple echoes in here. And then we'll get an egg on the way to get more money later.
Yeah, this teddy bear echo it distracts these ghosts, or I think they're called Genie. And they have the key ability that they can phase through walls.
Not a ton of places where you can like cheat stuff with that, to my knowledge. One of them is something we were able to do anyways with the Wizrobe to get the Darknet 3. And that's gonna spawn out of bounds, but that's fine, it'll respawn in vault location. I actually really want to have full health, so I think I'm gonna use it in a second here.
Yeah. Also, I think if we were ever to use chest duping for golden eggs, I think that would be the chest that we would use.
Yeah, it's not really needed in the route. There's enough money already just from a few other fast chests and the eggs we already get, but I'm just gonna...
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's one of those where, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily needed, but, like, if we did, for some reason, want to have a large amount of rupees earlier in the route, then we would probably... That is probably how we would do it.
Okay, so these guys, I'm probably just gonna kill them. I took damage. I was gonna say I really want to stay at full health right now, but damage. Fine.
Yeah. Marathon luck.
It's really, really hard to avoid damage there, actually. This first. Nice keys, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it is really interesting, though. I mean, we've complained about, like, this game's targeting system before, but I think this is the only 2D Zelda game that actually has a targeting system.
Oh my god, I can't move it because the bear's... Yeah, I don't... Does Minish Cap have one, maybe? Other than that, or like Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks. I don't think any of those games do, but... yeah, this might be the first.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the targeting system has some issues, but it's a very interesting, and I guess, well, probably based on like how some of the enemies work, probably necessary that they, well, yeah, definitely with the way that echoes work, like they had to add it. Because you need to be able to, you need a way to be able to tell the echoes, like, this is what you should attack.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go back up the Hebra. But we're gonna be on the other side of Hebra, basically. Ah, damage. Fine. I'm gonna be going through like this frozen area where it's taking damage every so often, so I have to heal at the end of it anyways. But ideally, with the cold, you're able to get up here and like hit the Wolfos with the where you take damage the first time, but it's not anyway. You have to do a lot of Gust Cure section to sort of get around all the trees, but it can be pretty difficult. I need this chest. This has some pumpkins for grab in this area.
Yeah. So this is kind of the area where, like, you're technically intended to enter Hebra Mountain from. Because, like, right there's the cave that I believe you're intended to first enter the area from.
Or, like, north of the sanctuary.
Yeah. Now, yeah, part of the reason that we don't do this first is because it allows us to skip several Conde triggers.
or rescue. Oh, that's not gonna work. Master. This one is mainly, I don't really need height from it, I need more so defense to get around the trees here.
Yeah, and then one thing that happens is every time you get a waypoint, it cancels all the echoes that you've put out.
We're actually going to be doing here. Because the reward is peppers, and there's one smoothie in particular we have to make for another quest that requires a pepper, and then there's a couple options for what the second ingredient is. But it's that one as the more mixed special. This one is just a more mixed smooth. You have to be able to tell a little bit which ones are which to not the wrong one.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess one other note is, like, it's kind of the same thing as with the echoes where I is going into and canceling the menu after, just because it's, saves a couple frames over the pause that they put into that text box for whatever reason. So yeah, it's like we split the smoothies into thirds, and we're kind of going through the, I guess we're doing like 9 or 10 smoothies here, because like we did the one smoothie in the beginning that counts. I guess this would be, yeah, 10, because in the first segment we got the unfortunate smoothie, which does not count towards the 30 that we need.
Done for now. Yeah, the smoothies are cool to have like a ton of like ways to heal yourself, but there's too many of the effects you get just are not that useful. Like the pumpkins that we got there, like make it so you can like blind automatons faster, but like automatons are just not to us no matter what. So. Oh, Raiders! Welcome to Echoes of Wisdom on really fun. Oh, I need... This is one of the places, I believe from here on until like beating Lanayru Temple, we're not going to get any more Blade Crystals, so like this is the energy we have to complete Lanayru with, and a lot of it goes to this section. Already there, that's like half of our energy, so. Ice Octo. Not used anymore, but there is one boss we skip that it is for.
Yeah, that boss.
The boss we don't talk about because it's bad.
Yes. Like, even with the Ice Octo strat, it was kind of obnoxious.
We're gonna go over here to the Ice Lake and get a couple more things before we're done with this section.
Yeah. It's really nice to be able to get that heart piece from the left rather than from the right.
Yeah, one thing, well, a couple things. One, it's pretty difficult to do tile jumps diagonally because of the grid system I was mentioning before. So that's why it's kind of like awkward, I guess. Dustmaster to get up to the art piece, and then 2 more echoes. Ice keys. And then we're gonna get the Ice Wizrobe. This, unlike the other 2 dungeons, there is no Ice Wizrobe in Lanayru anyways. Oh, I need Dustmaster first. Oh, this we always have to get this Ice Wizrobe. It's not in the other. Like, this is the only place to get this one. Probably end up wrong warping past it anyways, but you know. So now that we've done that, all that Hebra stuff, we're wrong warp into Lanayru Temple. And then getting close to the end of what I consider like the mid game, which goes Goddess Dungeon. Really don't have that much left to do other than doing Lanayru Temple and then finally going back to Eldin Temple. But of course, have to get mid, and it's not gonna work. What? Targeted the box. Targeted the box.
Yeah, this game's targeting system.
And of course I'm
Like,
down there
thing
now.
in front of... Yeah. Thing in front of you, thing 30 miles behind you, targets the thing 30 miles behind you.
Oh. This wrong warp will be inch. I need the bed, which is far back there, but I think I got to it. I think that worked. I hope my finger didn't slip again. Okay, but we got it. Like I said, I really do not like the D-pad on this controller, but it is what. So we're pretty far in. This is as far as we could have warped in Lanayru Temple. I did not want to land in the water. That's really not good.
Yeah. The Moa there is an incredibly obnoxious enemy.
Oh, I am out of... Okay, well they're dead. But I need to do this for more energy. I think I need that much. Which one should I drink? I have a second. I guess I don't know which one I have. Yeah, so you can bind the boulder under the ice there and skip a really, really bad room.
Yeah. And then also, because we wrong warped in, this is frozen. Whereas ordinarily, like, this would be, you would have, yeah, you would have, like, melted the ice in this room previously in the dungeon, and so you would wind up with, that being, all... or being not frozen, and then it would be a lot more difficult to do that puzzle.
I actually think it's easier when it is melted, because the ice physics are really line up that like puzzle skip. One of the... Actually, okay. Remember when we said Texites were the most annoying enemy? Yeah, I changed my mind. I remember the actual most annoying. It's freezers.
Yeah.
You'll see why in a little bit. Not so bad here, but you will definitely see why freezers are the most annoying enemy later on.
Yeah, Yeah, I think dojo comes to mind.
Yeah.
There's a couple of annoying dojo stages, and one of them involves a lot of freezers.
Finally have the boss key. Someone tried a really clever thing to get the boss key early here. You can actually place a bed behind that gate, and they tried to do that. Or, well, they did that, and then they slept on the bed, thinking like, oh, that'll put me on the bed, I can get past the gate. But it didn't work.
Yeah, unfortunate.
And here we have Sport Chill.
Yeah, so the gimmick being that you need to use the appropriate elemental attack for the helmet that he has on. So, and this first cycle it will always be the ice helmet. And
so when he jumps
cooperated.
Yeah, when he jumps around like that, it's not the most convenient. You have to just use sword beams, but sometimes shots just miss, and it's... I find like staying at range actually helps a lot. Here he usually does like the fire attack up, so it's pretty easy to like get behind him and not have to worry about that.
And then in the third phase, he can switch the helmet he's wearing, which hopefully we will not see because the Wizrobe can...
Nice, very fast fight.
Yeah, that's like a textbook fight. And yeah, now we're gonna have a bunch of cutscenes, and that includes the big lore cutscene. Because basically on the second of... So there's the 3, like, dungeons in the second part of the run, and whichever of those 3 dungeons you beat second, you will get the lore cutscene.
Yeah, which is essentially, like, Null's backstory as told to you by one of the goddesses. 100% is actually pretty unique in that it does not do Lanayru as the last dungeon. And you'll see after we beat it why that is. So this is the only category that gets the Null cutscene at Lanayru Temple. I think almost every other category gets it at Eldin. I know at least all dungeons, unrestricted and glitchless, get it at Eldin. Not sure about all dungeons.
But yeah, I'm gonna step away for a bit during this lore cutscene, so enjoy the lore. Yeah, I'm back, and yeah, so we got Conde again. Yeah, I don't know if Photon's muted or just not saying anything.
Oh, I was muted. I was commentating. God. Okay, I was talking about, when you beat the last of whatever your goddess dungeons is, you get a cutscene where Null comes and attacks you and makes an echo of you. And Try, like, rescues you and brings you back to your castle, so you're, like, no longer in the area of the dungeon you just... And for a while, we were like, it doesn't matter, like, which dungeon is last. But then we realized, well, actually, we don't want Lanayru to be last, because there's stuff we want to do at the top of Lanayru, or of Ura, basically, to get that waypoint, and then these two echoes were getting. So we switched it to be Elden last, because even if you, like, basically need an extra trip to Elden later on anyway. Shoutouts to Cloud, by the way. Out of here. And we're gonna be going straight to Elden now. Finally finished that dungeon, which we did. Which we got one small key in, like, well over 2 hours ago. We're finally gonna beat it. And you'll see why that key was so important.
Yeah, speaking of Cloud Echo, like, yeah, that echo is something that I used a lot casually and just is never used in the run. We just have far better movement options.
Not doing well with map storage. Slightly early. There we go. This rung warp is just kind of funny because we go into the Elden Still world, and then we warp from that map to, like, the dungeon right there. Hero. You'll see why we got that key so much earlier. Really? Okay. That's unfortunate. I did not input A fast enough. Zelda doesn't have, like, armor to upgrade. You can upgrade, like, your sword and the other weapons and your energy. But then there's clothing system. You get, like you could get, like, there's accessories that, like, reduce the amount of damage you take, reduce the amount of energy, and things like that. But there's no, like, armor upgrade. Hopefully, I don't mess this up again. That should work. Nice. Strong Warp brings us to right in front of the boss door. To backtrack for the big key. And then this dungeon also has bombs, so we need to get bombs as well. Ah. The cycle's gonna be good now. I don't think I need to. So, that door was the reason we had to make the earlier trip to get the key. You'd be stuck in the dungeon, basically. You could warp out. So you wouldn't actually be stuck, but you wouldn't be able. Get this key, and then we're gonna use that to get the boss key.
We definitely want that mini mole worm out of the way.
Yeah. It is very annoying. It is technically one of the places we could get the echo for it, but there's some later that are more convenient.
Yeah.
So they're just straight out of here. We have the boss key now. We still need the bomb, so we're gonna go get that, and we're gonna get one more echo on the way. Aw, I stay in Sword Fighter.
Yeah, it's always
Mini
tempting
TLOZ
to like.
here.
Yeah, it's always tempting to like. You want to do one thing in Sword Fighter, and you like kill your one enemy, and then you leave Sword Fighter. But yeah, there's times when, because it takes like there's this pause when you enter and leave Sword Fighter mode, that you want to
Yeah, I believe it's like 2.25 or like 2.5 seconds each time. You really want it.
yeah.
Okay. And now we have the bombs. They're not that useful to us right now, since they're only level 1, and we have the level 3 sword. But once we're able to upgrade them, there are definitely places where the bombs are good. Now we are done with this dungeon, so we can go fight the boss.
Which, yeah, this boss. So
Yeah.
So Ocarina of Time fans are happy that Volvagia comes back. But this boss is basically an auto-scroller. So Volvagia will always go to the same hole for each cycle, assuming you do the fight optimally. And yeah,
I'm doing like a lot of extra slashes. This boss is damage capped like per cycle, pretty hard. I think Sword Beam does I don't want to make up numbers, but like you need like basically 2 or 3 like beams to like kill it. Or like to cap out each cycle. So pretty boring fight.
Yeah.
And we get to do it 2 more times later on.
Yeah, because there's basically in the dojo, there's one of the dojo stages is fighting the first 3 bosses. One of the dojo stages is fighting the next 3 bosses. So you fight
the goddess dungeon bosses.
Yeah. And then after you complete every single dojo stage, a final dojo stage unlocks, which is fighting all 7 main bosses. So all 6, well, yeah, I guess all 7 dungeon bosses, which includes Ganon, which is not in any of the other dojo stages.
And those 3 boss rush stages, there's 12 other stages that are like other challenges. So it's not just boss rush. At least in this game, you just always have to fight the same bosses in the boss rush. Skyward Sword.
Yeah, Skyward Sword, where it's the boss rush is a source of RNG 6 hours into the run.
Yeah, imagine like there's like a boss rush in this game, and you get like the fast bosses, which is like the first 3, and then you get like Ganon, Volvagia, and Goma. Or basically any 3 of the other 4 bosses. Like Scorchill's, I don't know if Scorchill or Goma is faster, but whatever.
Yeah. And then take that and imagine that it heavily weights towards a couple of the slower bosses.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Skyward Sword's boss rush does unfortunately weight a few of the slower bosses heavily because of the way that it randomizes its boss rush.
And like, doesn't it prioritize like Imp 1 and 3 and then Tantalus or something?
Well, yeah, it's because they basically made 3 lists of bosses that, and it chooses from one of them, and one of the lists starts with Imprison 3 and Tantalus, which are 2 of the slowest. But yeah.
Fortunately, as I was saying earlier, there's really no significant RNG run.
Yeah.
So. Now we have the last sanction.
Like, there's small amounts of RNG with, like, boss patterns and stuff like that for, like, some of the bosses, but then...
You mainly notice it on, like, Scorchill, and I guess Talus.
Yeah.
But, really, like, no other significant sources of RNG, like minigames or anything. All the minigames are consistent.
Yeah. Thankfully.
Ooh. Ah.
This is one of the, maybe the most wholesome cutscene in the game. And then it immediately goes after to you getting attacked by the final boss. So, still got decent bit of cleanup to do. There's lots of stuff we have to do. But definitely on pace to be well under the very, very outdated estimate. This game is new, so the estimate is from when the route was a lot worse and when people were a lot worse at the game, so...
Yeah, and a lot of techniques that we're using now weren't discovered.
That said, we probably have about 2 to 2:15 left, so that'll still be an hour under the estimate, I think. So in this part, they're basically talking about what, like, Null's goal could be, and they're basically saying, hey, he's probably going to the Eternal Forest to try and go get the Prime Energy. Which is definitely not the Triforce. It's the Prime Energy. So here's the part where Wright's like, oh, I'll go secure the path for you. And then he just goes to the Eternal Forest and never returns because we never trigger the thing that sends him back. So he's just there for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
We're gonna go talk to the king to advance one of the side quests. This is the quest with the little girl in Hyrule Castle Town. Gonna get lost in a rift. You have to go rescue her. But where possible, we do try and warp out of the castle, because it's pretty slow to get out of. And we're gonna go back to our best pal, Conde.
Yeah, not to mention that the castle is still inside of a massive rift.
Yeah, and it will be for the rest of the run, even the credits. The credits are pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
So Conde has a side quest, and this will actually teleport us up the mountain to, like, the last area of Hebra we haven't done stuff in yet, so it's pretty convenient. There's a rift here with a stamp. The stamp is in the rift, and then there's a couple other things we have to do. Really just like a couple heart pieces and a waypoint. But you can just do this rift without having to actually, like, talk to the stamp guy for his quest. And in this rift, I need to get the ice block echo. I am not going to forget it like I did in my PB.
Yeah, it is kind of funny that we just are in cat Zelda costume for like a good, probably like 75% of the run.
Yeah, it's like 75%. Did it like within the first like 2.5 hours, basically. I place a bunch of torches here just to get some of the ice things out of the way. Ice block. Almost forgot it. And we're actually gonna Gust Gear. I think that's gonna hit me? Okay, no.
Yeah, this is the one with the, I think, interesting strat up at the...
Oh, for sure. This is one of the
Yeah.
more interesting.
Yeah. Because basically this Gust Master is going to blow away all the ice. And,
One of the few places we use Gustmaster for its actual, like, wind ability. Though there'll be a couple more of those coming up. Exact movement I wanted here. Trying not to fall down and get frozen. That would be slow. Okay, I am at the right amount of Might Crystal. 79. A fun fact about this stamp, if this is the first, like if you haven't gotten any stamps up to this point, the stamp activates automatically. But if it's anything other than the very first stamp you get, you have to actually activate it. And there's no way that it would be faster for this to be the first stamp we get.
yeah. So yeah, now we need to bring this magic snowball up the mountain.
Oh.
Supposedly this turns off the snow, but visually that doesn't seem to be the case.
At least you can actually see where you're going in Hebrew on this. We're just...
Yeah.
Ibra and Lanayru Temple are making us throw shade at a lot of different Zelda games. I guess not Lanayru Temple specifically. Yeah, anyways. So I'm gonna get the snowball in a second. And do that. Not a big deal. Don't really care about my health right now. A heart piece. I wanted to equip, but you know, it's fine. I have to go over here for this waypoint, which we don't really need, but 100%. And then that is everything in Hebra. So we are going to warp all the way across the map to Southern Village and finally do Southern cleanup now that we have the Snowball Echo, which is the main reason we put it off to this point. In the Snowball for one quest here. We're also going to finally go into a shop and sell all the eggs we've been collecting, and my money should be good.
Yeah.
I have plenty of money.
Oh.
You only need 80 at this point, and then with the 900 you need the Great Fairy from those eggs. Plenty of money. this one, we need that. This is... For how short this quest is to actually do, it's got a really long cutscene.
Yeah, well, I mean, this... Yeah, because this guy was like, I need this... Or I saw this plant, and I want to, give it to my wife, and then he figures out that this, what he thought was a plant, was, actually a monster. Like... Yeah, now we're going to a cave that technically you have access to from the very beginning of the game. It's just that it's a lot more convenient for us to go here now.
I confused the other one.
Yeah, I think that's our third bottle.
It's our second. Still don't have the CAC bottle or the shipwreck bottle. The shipwreck quest bottle.
Oh, right, yeah. For some reason, I thought you got, like, the second bottle in, like, the Zora cleanup, but...
Oh, not done that one yet. This rift is one of the more interesting ones, apparently. We're gonna get one echo during it. That little note. Got to... I messed this right up. I need to pull this guy down. It's this rift. One of the later ones that sort of feels like it's laid out similarly, and you take like a similar path to it, but generally looks the same. But I remember. All right. A couple more things to get to this area.
Actually, I think there's only one stilled world after this one.
I believe so. The Hyrule Field left.
Yeah.
Very, very, very late part of the run.
Yeah, this is another... Yeah, another one of those caves that, like, it just isn't convenient for us to get to until now. Even though you technically have access to it from quite early on. Yeah.
We're gonna go all the way down here to get this stamp. One more stamp we have. And then finally gonna go over to Farron, this entry, like, way to Farron, to the waypoint we never got. Now we are going to do the rest of our upgrades.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Create the bombs twice. Level 2 will give us bomb chews, and then level 3 stronger.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think we really wind up making that much use of bomb chews, but the level 3 bombs get used a lot in the dojo stages.
Ooh. Ooh.
Level 4 energy. Yeah, so for some reason energy has level 4. Others only have level 3. Thanks for the good luck. The upgrades now. I have not forgotten any might crystal yet. 11 more we need. And now we're going to go do the Great Fairy. We do have to come back at the end just to finish the quest and get the last slot, but we're going to get the first couple accessory slots and then start the Great Fairy quest now.
Yeah. I think starting the quest requires unlocking 3 of the 4 unlockable slots.
Yeah, so Great Fairy gives you additional accessory slots, but she charges money for it. The first slot is only 100 rupees, but then after that the slots are 100, 500, and 1,000 rupees. We don't have enough money for the last one right now, and have to come back later. So it's okay.
And yeah, like, in the dojo, yeah, we're gonna get 3 equipment items that we are going to want to equip all 3 of them, because it's going to increase, or it's going to decrease the rate by which our energy meter goes down. And for some reason they decided to make 3 items that do that. So,
and they all stack too, so...
Yeah. Yeah. Now, the other thing we're gonna want to equip is the Aura Flippers, because that's gonna make anything swimming related faster. But yeah, those will get de-equipped for the specific, for that one specific dojo stage, and then Yeah.
Yeah, we'll want to have all 3 of the mastery accessories equipped for the final boss rush. So we'll have to unequip something else, so we'll just unequip the Zora flippers. And then once we get the last accessory, we'll equip the Zora flippers because they're still useful in null. Alright, so we're finally going to go back to Gerudo Town. And this is because we need to talk to the shopkeeper here to advance the Great Fairies quest. And there's a couple other things. Mainly picking up the quest to activate the final Landmola fight. And then we're gonna fight the final Landmola, and I am saying this because I like to forget to fight the final Landmola, because you have to do a separate warp just to get over to it.
Yeah. And part of the reason why we have to make so many trips to Gerudo Town is just because it's like, we need to fight the first 2 Landmolas before the quest for the last one is unlockable, in addition to the fact that we need to start this Great Fairy quest before, in order to be able to continue to advance it by talking to the shopkeeper.
Yeah. There's possibly some way, like if you were to fight Landmolas like really early, that you could pick up that quest way earlier, but I still think it requires a trip after beating Hyrule Castle, so it wouldn't actually be worth it, I think. Oh, we're gonna finally do Donna's quest to test the abilities of the Gerudo guards, which just means another stealth section, and I accidentally said no.
Yeah. The Gerudo guards are not going to fare that much better than any of the other guards in the stealth sections.
This is the Imola quest pickup.
Yeah, because basically just...
I think these guards are arguing about, like, which one of them will actually get to kill the Landmola, and then while they're arguing, Zelda just does it.
Yeah.
So, I discovered this stealth section, you have to, like, go a little bit slower just for the cycle of one of the guards. Turns out I had always just, like, messed up the cycle, and if you go too fast, that guard right there will actually see you. So, kind of just... or, like, pause for half a second. Fine. One more heart piece we're gonna get in a cave up here. Go for a strat. Might be. Got it. It's a little bit difficult to do a tile jump while the tile is actually moving, because you have to like know where it's in relation to the pit. But it's not that bad. Heart piece, which will guarantee sword beams for this Landmola fight that's coming up. This fight is a troll. This is possibly one of the worst fights that you can do. It's pretty inconsistent in general, and then like even be able to like pull the Landmola out of the ground. And then in addition, it's like really weird being able to like get a one cycle on this. So we'll see. We'll try.
Yeah, this is the one that I was kind of alluding to earlier, where it like will specifically spawn enemies.
This path just did not help me at all. Ow.
Yeah, that time it didn't happen, but like the game can and will spawn an enemy behind you while you are pulling the Landmola.
Did not get the one cycle. It's like, I don't fully understand it. I think you just need to have like the key hats do a significant amount of damage. that should be cycle. Okay. Yeah, so this fight is just really inconsistent and needs to be labbed a little bit more. Money. And then we're going to Elden quests. Nice. That is not target my echo. Nice. Anyways. This is the last stamp. So after this, no more stamp guy.
Yeah. Oh. Ah.
Yep, so, and all that. So after all that work, we get the stamp guy outfit. I don't know. I think the best character in any Zelda is Grooves.
I said no. What is the best character in any Zelda?
Yeah, so for this quest with, like, the hot coal, it, like... Yeah, you have more than enough time if you take a direct path.
This is the easiest of all the, like, the escort type quests. There's basically, like, nothing in your way.
So yeah, and then we turn in the blast powder soil that we got much earlier.
Yeah, so this quest we actually, like, first picked up, like, over 4 hours ago. And then we got the blast powder soil, like, outside the rock roast quarry, you know, like 3 hours ago. And then we're finally turning it in. I guess it was probably only like half hours.
Yeah.
But
And
either
then,
way.
yeah, and then make sure to remember to get the echo.
Yep.
I definitely have never forgotten that before. And then been in Dompe. And then realized I didn't have the echo. That is definitely never happened to me before.
Yeah, I think Rabio could be one of the, Oh, you mean Rivali? Oh, I was thinking Ravio, like, from Link Between Worlds, could be one of the better characters. But, yeah, I like Ravio. I like, Hudson. Hudson's pretty good. So we have to return to the Lozalfos Burrow for the Elden component of the Great Fairy quest. Get the Magma Stone or whatever. material to make it is apparently only in this dangerous Lizalfos burrow. I don't have... well, I'm gonna get hit. God. Now I need a drink. Gosh. I drink. I keep that. Okay. That kind of not go well, but eh.
Oh. Mm. Ooh. Wah. Mm. Oh. Ha ha. Mm.
Oh, do I still not have full health? And I need to eat.
I think you're off by like 3/4 of a heart.
Then this is one of the other quests coming up that took us a while to figure out what actually triggers it. We eventually realized that it's probably just the game locking you out of this quest while like you're in the middle of other quests. Because once you've completed the coal quest, or once you've completed the firework artist quest, I think this one becomes available. So it's either a direct requirement or just you can't like do both quests at the same time. Oh. Why is that happening? Can I not place? I want to place it. There we go. Set it up again. This room.
Yeah, where notably we don't have to care about the grass being set on fire from the Ignizols.
And then this 2D room's on a cycle. Unfortunately, it's not possible. But in one cycle, you have to wait for the lava to fall all the way back up and then go down again. I do still need like a mango or two, so I want to make sure I don't use a lot of extra. We have a pretty where we're gonna Strantula and then get onto the with. Well, now I don't think I can take this cycle. I probably could have.
I'm not sure why you miss or how you missed that jump, but
I think I just didn't get the jump input. Well, the Strantula's gonna come back down. Because, yeah, I'm trying to make it so the tile doesn't, wow, okay. Well, I've really messed this up now. Luckily, I didn't take damage, because what the game did there is I was stuck on top of the Strangula, so it voided me, and that doesn't deal damage. There we go. Okay. Should be fine. And well, actually,
yeah, I mean,
no.
you
I
still
need
need to heal half a heart.
Half a heart. I was gonna say I can just use bombs, but. Anyways. just need to use to heal again. Okay. I don't know why I didn't realize it was too It's probably always bombs to knock him down, that's probably why. Faster. That's... I can't... I was so low on energy. Normally not that low here.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I guess it's because of... I forget. That would have... Oh, the coal quest should have given me night crystals. I should have been full. That's... We're done with Elden. We're going to put some stuff in cool waters. A couple quests we have left to do here, and then also one of the other mini dungeon areas. Definitely do a challenge run where you like don't sword ever for combat. I don't think there's anything like that would require it. I think for like cutting down like the purple webs though, I'm not sure how you get around some of them without that.
Yeah, like the one in Southern, you would definitely need the sword to cut it down.
Yeah, the only other places that have those are in Rito Sanctum and Elden. Like the areas where you could gather.
Yeah, but yeah, you can use bow or bombs to break
I guess
those.
I guess if you're just trying to never use sword fighter form in general, it's not much of a difference, but I think other than that, there's like nothing. Here there's a pretty interesting strat. I'm gonna try and jump on that rock just to make it a little bit quicker to get up here, but not a big deal. So the wrecked ship is one of the places where we are going to use rapid smoothie just because there's so much swimming in it. I've never seen that Keese break the boxes before. by the way.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Not even that like don't matter that much. It might. I think the smoothie. Gonna use the electro smoothie I made to for the boss because it's electric and not have that resistance. But I think it restores energy, not because it's a salted apple. Or something. I want to keep this.
Yeah,
I
looking
have,
at the
'cause it's mostly.
yeah, looking at the route, I think you only need one more mango for smoothies.
I don't know. Milk. I don't know why. Anyways, this is Baronade. Dark Nut 3 is pretty good for this guy.
Yeah.
It honestly doesn't do that much, but it's one of the few ectos that like no. He honestly doesn't help that much, but kind of a fight where it's a short enough fight anyways, but it's definitely one of the places you know the shortcomings of the targeting system. And I have 19 hearts, which is the correct amount. There's 4 more I have to get, and I know exactly where they are. I have not forgotten any heart pieces. We're just gonna warp back out to Seaside to turn in the quest we just did, and then finally turn in that grilled fish quest from way earlier. Night crystal. And got a couple things to do with the Caesora village. Pretty much all of like the area cleanup we'll have left. It'll mostly like the dojo and then doing things like Dampe, so nearing the end.
Yeah. We're kind of near the point of where it's like there aren't necessarily a lot of lines left in the route, but the problem is like one line can be like 15 minutes. Or like in the case of the dojo, one line of all 15 dojo stages is like 45 minutes or something like that.
Or like all the like menuing and stuff you have to do for Dampe.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of cutscenes. The dojo is a lot of gameplay, but it is a lot of just like loading and then like menuing to like select the getting all the rewards. So it's definitely like broken up quite a bit. Of course, the chest is the last thing I turn. But this chest is for this guy. Have to open it. Fortunately, it's not more than a red rupee. An egg or something would be amazing. 20 rupees. One more thing. That is the final part of fish drama.
Yeah. Whoa.
And after this, it's ranch time for the flag races.
Did I forget something? I just
don't think
saved
so.
like 35 seconds.
You gave the unfortunate smoothie to the shopkeeper?
Yeah, I have this. Right? So
Okay,
I
yeah.
don't think I forgot
then-
anything. Saved a bunch. Not that it really matters. I'm not gonna PB. But it's a marathon, and this run is not that bad.
Yeah.
Where are we going? I'll just do. There's a better way to get to the carrot to get your horse, but I had the wrong. Alright, so the flag races. Kind of like Mango Rush, each one has a time, like beginner, like a one goal time that's like if you beat it to unlock the next one, and then a harder time to get in order to get like the real reward from that stage. And the first short course here is the hardest one to hit the challenge time for. But there's a trick to it, so hopefully it goes well.
Yeah, the big trick there is moving the shrubs out of the way.
16:10 is really good. It's like, I think that's my second fastest time ever. I have gotten sub 16 before. I think the IO world record for that is sub 15. Yeah, that's the hardest one. The other ones you basically... Well, I won't say anything.
Yeah. But I think, like, the goal times that you have to go for are a lot more generous for the medium and long courses.
Oh, for
Whereas
sure.
I think it's fairly tight for the short course, like what they expect you to do. Now, the big issue with the flag races is they do not allow you to skip this intro cutscene. Every other minigame lets you skip, like, the cutscene where it overviews the area. Not this. Which is just kind of weird, but...
I think it's faster to not, like, hop over those boxes. I did that the other day. Got, like, a faster time than I've done before, so... I don't know. Wait. And the long track, it's kind of, can be tighter than the medium track, but it's still not that bad. I've definitely gotten 39s before when the goal time is like under 40, so. I think I figured out something that'll make it a little bit safer. Not risky at all, so.
Yeah, I mean, once you get to this part, it's pretty much fine as long as you don't miss a flag.
Yeah, so 36 is fine. That definitely, I don't know what the IL record is off the top of my head, but there's at least a couple things here that, a couple more sets of like the bushes that you can like bind without having to go around them. Alright, going to Kakariko, and there's 2 things we have to do before we start the dojo. And then the dojo takes like 40-ish minutes, so we'll be here for a while. Finally gonna talk to this guy to finish that quest. And we gotta turn in the last Hucko, finally. And then Fire Wizard first.
Yeah. Because, yeah, just kind of, because the way this is routed, it's like right now your equipped Echo is Carrot, which is absolutely not useful in the dojo.
I've realized that the best way to handle equips for the dojo is to, most of the time, do the equip in between. Because changing equips in a stage will not actually change your equipped Echo.
Yeah.
So, but for a lot of them, like well over half the stage, that's a Fire Wizard as like the first thing. Not match me there. Alright. The first stage is Blank Slate Battle. So as we mentioned earlier, the blank slates are sort of like exactly what they sound like. They're kind of like Eventide Island or like the Proving Ground Shrines, where you start with nothing and you can get a bunch of echoes, and then it's just killing a bunch of enemies. This first one's pretty easy. You take the rock here, kill that Octo. You have Bind in me, so I'm just going to drop this guy in the hole. I'm going to target the right thing, hopefully. Pull this Baba. Hopefully. That's not good. I can't actually get up there. Oh, I can. Okay, this stage is not going well. Could not target the Baba for some reason. And I used the Baba Echo to kill the Keys. Yeah, that Baba was not cooperating at all.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate, but usually the goal times for this are pretty generous, so like you should have no trouble like not only getting the like base goal time but also the faster goal time.
Yeah.
There's only a couple ones that are kind of difficult.
There's only one where, or there's only a couple where like the fast goal time is like quote-unquote required just because of the ingredient routing to finish these. There's a couple ingredients we still don't have yet at this point, and get them from the dojo. Plus just, we have a static list of smoothies that we make, and so we need to make sure we have enough ingredients to actually make them. Just, well, like there's tons of additional recipes we don't make that we could like improvise for if we like didn't have enough ingredients, but for, I think it's like the rock potatoes specifically, we don't even have them, and don't get them just for being a stage. You need to get one of the last times on one of the stages. to get them.
Yeah.
And like we make a lot of rock tape. Just good. It's one of the ingredients we haven't had yet, so we haven't made any yet. This stage is a little tricky. It's the why I put the fire with throw. Oh, I need to stay in Sword Fighter. So one thing I realized is with like the the targeting system, if you are in Sword Fighter, the game will prioritize targeting like enemies. So I need to stay in Sword Fighter so that I actually can target that urchin. If I were to not be in Sword Fighter, Wizrobe, like I would not be able to target that urchin to have the Wizrobe teleport across and kill it. It would just target all the different wood that's floating down.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that stage is also made much easier by having Zora Flippers equipped.
Yeah, for sure.
Because otherwise, like, moving against the current is much more difficult.
It's also just difficult in Sword Fighter form because you don't have spin, so... But work. So this one is Blank Slate Wind. This is the one place we are gonna pick up the Wind Cannon. This is just a very convenient strat. We're basically gonna blow all of these guys into the middle. How is that not? Okay. That guy got away from me, but... Get us the first of the mastery accessories. And... we're actually gonna do the stages slightly out of order. The main reason for this is just want to wait to do boss rushes until we have as many masteries as possible for energy. So we're just gonna skip it and do it after the first two masteries.
Yeah, this is another stage where we just want to throw a bunch of bombs because, yeah, that's going to... You saw how quickly it took care of all of them.
First bomb was not quite in the middle. Otherwise, I think all the bombs, like the first explosion would have blown up the other two bombs and done it a little bit faster. But I still got all of them. So, fine. This stage is a little random. Kind of hope that the enemies are grouped up well to have the bombs kill them. On a Fire Wizrobe, have it hopefully take out some of the things south half of the room. I think I got both of these with that, so I think we're good. Oh, this is... I actually got it. That is pretty good. That stage usually does not go that well. Because, yeah, 125 even. Be my peak that stage. This is the one we needed a fast time, but the fast time that we need is like 1.5 minutes. So... It's the darks. Yeah, this one is not that bad. And then the one after this is the worst stage.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much this one is just kind of like using sword beams and sword fighter. And then, yeah, just making sure you find all the enemies. And there's the one hoarder that's up at the top there. That's... And the fact that you have to make sure to slash it multiple times. But as long as you know where all the enemies are, it becomes really easy.
Yeah, sometimes the sparks like to just dodge your sword beams, but... Alright, Blank Slate Ice is by far the worst. The time is pretty lenient for it, and we don't need a bonus for anything. So, I'm gonna... Hopefully, this works. We're gonna get the torch and use it to melt all the freezers. There's a couple that we will drag into the pit, and that's sort of like the backup strat if any of them go poorly. Those two should work. This is the one that we plan to drag because it's like right next to it. Oh, I'm trying to target that. And that's not close enough. That's still.
Yeah. Ice physics kind of makes it a little difficult.
We are gonna... Okay.
Yeah, the problem with this stage is, like, in theory it's not that difficult, but yeah, if it gets out of hand, then yeah. Like...
This is not good.
Yeah, this is basically...
I still have enough time to finish it, but that is by far the worst freezer. It's just really hard to actually get like a torch in front of him. I'm actually gonna not get the challenge time. I think I still got it. I think it's like 1:30 actually. It might be 1:50. But completed the stage, that's all that matters. Yeah, I practiced that stage because it is like the most annoying one, and I don't think I got the fast gold for that. Alright, so now we're gonna equip masteries. I'm gonna do this stage first. I need to switch my equip, and I want to do it not in the dojo. So, first. This is another one of the hard stages. It's the last of the blank slates. I learned Baba 2. Go down here. For the fire. Let's kill the Fire Octo and the keys. Deal with the Gyro while we're waiting for the Fire Octo to do it, for the Baba to do the thing. We're kind of just waiting. We're out the Vector. I can learn the Fire Octo. Fire Octo now for the rest of the... Another two. Climb up while we're waiting for them to shoot, and I'm gonna burn this plant.
Yeah.
Like them.
Yeah, and then the very end of this is fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, there's... That torch slug is like really hard to kill because I think I've tested, I don't think the Baba will eat it. So... Just because it's always on fire. Oh, I need to do another... I need to remember to equip. This is another... This is the last stage I need Fire Whisper for. After that, I just a water block. Boss rushes. Well, for the Wisp Ropes and the first boss rush. I'm gonna have to get lucky with this one. We're just gonna chuck a bunch of bombs and they hit some enemies. The ones for like to hit. Still okay, under 20 seconds. Kinda have to get lucky. Get it faster than that. Alright. Water block. It doesn't matter too much. I had an idea. Alright. The first boss rush. Fight the bosses for the first 3 dungeons. We have 10 minutes. If we get anything close to that, I'm gonna be very upset. This should be able to get under. Although usually it takes me about 105 to 110.
Yeah, these 3 fights, because we have sword beams, we have level 3 bombs, like these are significantly faster than the time that we fought them initially.
Yeah. 20 seconds for TLOZ is pretty good. Vocavor is sort of the one that determines whether or not this is fast or not. And then the Mugriff strat is pretty interesting. Hopefully
Yeah, Vocavor, yeah, I don't think is one of the 3 that I don't think changes all that much.
You have to be a little careful to not catch up to it too quickly at the start because of super flippers. They'll like attack you quickly. It's kind of bad. Okay, his positioning a little far into the water, but this should be good. Okay. And then Mugriff is fast, hopefully. Realized it's only 3 bombs, so I just used them. Okay. One of those I must have missed. Or he has slightly more health than that. Still pretty fast. Under a minute is good. What do I still have left? I have to do... I'm gonna do Wizard next. Sort of like improvising the order here. It doesn't really matter. You can do the stages in order if you want. It's not your way.
Yeah.
Wizards, the water block is good. So. Ah. Put one set of those blocks in the wrong spot, so the, one of the wizards didn't drown immediately, but it's fine. Okay, so I need Arcana 3 now. Or I always forget what it's called. Trial of Fire now. Dark Nut here is basically just gonna distract the Freezards and get the Sword Moblin 3. And then I'm gonna finish everything off with some phase. But that stage is
Yeah.
for 6 seconds. Nice.
Yeah, and the other thing we're getting from the dojo is a bunch of golden eggs, which we can sell to get most of the rest of the rupees that we need.
Yeah, the golden eggs will get us 1,500, which is not quite enough, but if we sell all the monster parts that we don't need, which we don't use any, that'll get us the rest of what we need. I almost... But one of the things you'll notice for Volvagia in the dojo is I will not leave Super Fighter form. Because I'd have to do that like 6 times for each of the vehicles. And that, you know, each time I have to leave the re-enter Sword Fighter, it's like over 2 seconds. So, it's faster to just drink energy smoothies than the Sword Fighter. You can sort of use bombs interchangeably for themes here, since they both break the crystal and damage both. Isn't it great getting to do this auto-scroller through fun?
Yeah. It's a little unfortunate that this boss is basically an auto-scroller with no real way to speed it up.
I'd like to prove how bad this boss is. The final boss, when we get there, will like summon the earlier bosses to like do attacks that you have to avoid. And there's an entire phase of that boss that is underwater, so that Vocavor can exist. But Volvagia never shows up at all. All the other bosses do, even Vocavor, but not Volvagia, and that's how bad of a boss Volvagia is. Targeting system. Lovely. Not like
that. Yeah, this is the boss where we again complain about the targeting system.
Didn't have to deal with it too much in the actual fight, but try this strat again. Okay, I got it. Okay, not that bad.
Yeah, I mean that strat, yeah, probably saves a lot of the...
Even if you don't get the hit immediately, the keys is at least high enough that it oftentimes will just like be able to get it anyways.
Yeah.
And then Scorchill.
Yes. Scorchill, yeah, went about as well as it could have in the actual
of course,
one,
like,
so
the first shot missed.
hopefully... Okay.
I guess I played a risk. equipping it right away. And I got the spin attack, which is like the worst possible. I think you can still damage him, but it's like so hard to hit him. Pattern. Now I keep. So again, we don't want him to swap elements that much. He always starts at ice, so we always have to swap back to Fire Beast Rogue, but hopefully he doesn't swap. Nope, swaps. One swap, good. And he's jumping. Yeah, not the worst attack you can do, but it's not that fast because you can only use the beams. But well under 4 minutes is.
Yeah, so only one dojo stage left.
Which, of course, is the longest one.
Yeah. Because it is now all 7 bosses back to back. So it'll be the first 3 bosses and then the next 3 bosses. So it'll be those last 2 back to back again and then Ganon added on to the end. And so, yeah, it's literally the same exact strats that you just saw. Which means I'm not sure that there is a whole lot to talk about with this, because again, it's the same exact thing again.
Ganon is certainly interesting, but impressive. Same. So we unequipped the Thora flippers, so there's not much to worry about. Actually, I forgot to switch back to water block, but I guess it's fine. Not be far enough away. So that kind of sucks. So sword beams are like pretty awkward in water, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Well, I guess we showed off what happens when the Vocavore fight goes wrong. I mean, it's not that bad, but yeah, ideally, that doesn't happen.
It always happens to be one of the 3. That's not
Yeah. It's kind of like my experience with Skyward Sword Hundo, where it's like one of the 3, one of the Imp 3 fights always goes wrong, because it's like you're basically have to do it 3 times because boss rush RNG in Skyward Sword heavily favors it. Okay, now we're on to boss number 4.
So I don't have any games, but I can use bombs and it's fine. I'll have a spin. Second. Probably gonna have to use it now. Did I actually equip the mastery? But yeah, I guess it needs to go fast.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be draining slower than it did in the like first boss rush fight, but it's still going to be slow, or so going to be yeah, probably mostly drained by this fight, just because
Yeah, the next 2 fights don't use that much.
But then there's also the Ganon fight.
That's fine for now.
Yeah, I mean, it is using an entire energy bar.
Yep. It is kind of cool that we get to like stay in sword fighter this long. I guess even though like the boss was. And that full energy bar will be enough for the rest of the dojo. Should
Yeah.
Goma
Yeah,
and Scorch Shell
definitely.
really don't use that much. Ganon can a lot just because you have to like do tennis. Come on. The animation for switching in and out of sword fighter form takes a really long time. I'm gonna get So it's fine to drain it. Just because it evens out to be still be slightly faster to drain it here. It's the next part of it. I don't think I have any more else. Probably should be using bombs. Oh, I forgot to discuss Master Strat. Not the best targeting, but although they're not. Okay. The health at this point doesn't matter because using bombs to damage the remaining 2 bosses is not that bad. In fact, I'm gonna primarily use bombs for Ganon anyways, so. just Ganon left.
Yeah, Ganon, there's like a couple of strats you can do with bombs, but otherwise it's mostly the same fight.
Do I have more? Owls? Probably.
Yeah, now one other thing about smoothies in the boss rush, well, first of all, like, the only stages where you can use smoothies are these boss rush stages. The rest of them, I think all of the rest of them you are not, the game will not allow you to use smoothies for. But the smoothies are, because this is all like a recreation, like the smoothies you consume are only consumed for the duration of this dojo stage, so you'll still have them afterwards. So basically you're able to just go ahead and just use smoothies with not really any consequence.
But we're done with the dojo now. Definitely could have gotten a lot better. Especially on that last stage. Nice jump. I turned on for this text.
And for all that, we get the green tunic.
And eggs. Eggs are the time bonus.
Yeah.
Now, we are going to finish up smoothies. Down here at the cack shop.
Yeah, so now it is like a couple segments of just menuing. So unfortunately, yeah, there's I mean, we had the dojo. I mean, granted, the fact that you kind of have a stage that's a repeat of a couple of previous stages is kind of unfortunate. Then you kind of have this bit of menuing, and then another, and then we're going to be going to Dompe, and that's going to be another bit of menuing. But then it kind of, after that, then the rest of the cleanup is more interesting. And then we have the final boss fights, which are really interesting.
I'm making a smoothie with just 2 sticks of butter. How it tastes.
Yeah, the butter is a really weird smoothie.
Or how about milk and butter? Or
Yeah.
one more smoothie we have to make, the best one. Salted butter.
Yeah. And, like, the part of this quest is, like, we're supposed to be giving him, like, smoothie ingredients that he could sell to other people, and,
Hey, he has
those
standards.
are-
He doesn't put the unfortunate smoothie on his, in his shop for other people to buy.
Yeah, but then again, we have that Zora's shopkeeper who specifically wanted an unfortunate smoothie for reasons.
Okay, so the number, so the number I'm looking for is 2300, and that's the number I need for the rest of the run. Dampe, which is even more menuing.
Yeah, and a lot of text.
Yes. For sure.
But yeah, I mean, we do some level of optimization here of like, well, not necessarily right away, but we try to like start as many quests of the Dampe quests simultaneously as we can so that we can just try to minimize the amount of movement we're doing in this room.
Oh my gosh,
But
did I
it's
say no?
very mine. Yeah.
That's what
I
I get
guess
for just trying to
with-
sit through Turbo.
Yeah.
There it is. So the first automaton, a Tektite and a Mothula. So
Yeah, and that's probably the most obscure one too, as far as like what Dampe tells you as far as what you need. Like that's one that I got a really hard time figuring out casually.
where is this? There it is. Oh, I should have gone to Mothula first because by cost. That's what I normally do. Anyways, yeah, this one I did not figure out to use the Mothula. I was like, is it talking about? What is it talking about? What?
Yeah.
But this is one of the mechanics that they like showed in trailers and stuff. Like this is gonna be a core mechanic, and then it's 6 automatons, and, like mostly useless, unfortunately. Next,
Yeah.
I need the firework. I should have probably done the Octorok first. Close by to it.
In theory, there's a couple of them that are like there's the Moblin one that like in theory does an insane amount of damage. It's just that
It takes
by
forever
the time
to wind it up.
yes. Like you would need to have the fast wind up potion plus the like the clockwork bangle, which is the after we get all the automaton, we talk to Dampe again. He gives us that, which allows us to wind them up faster if we have it equipped. Like, yeah. Unfortunately, they wind up just not being useful in the speed run.
So I need Baba. Oh, Goblin 3 there. The menu in here is so awkward. It's like impossible to remember. Oh, the soul, and then I guess I scrolled past the Baba. Because of how boring this segment is, this is one that I like only do during runs. I just skip it when I'm like practicing. There's definitely you can definitely lose time doing the menu in here. It's just so boring.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know, yeah, for me it's always a segment that I just kind of shut my brain off for, and, because, yeah, it's not particularly exciting.
This is the one automaton we actually use. Just for our quests.
Yeah. Need it for a side quest. And then,
What? Oh, I have to talk to Dampe. That's why. Not the journal.
yeah. Yeah, you need to just make the, other two. And then there's one more that you have to read the journal for. It's a,
It's going pretty well, nearing the end of the run. Got some... Gosh, oh.
yeah, the perils of Turbo.
This is the automaton that has the highest attack value per like a single hit of anything in the game. I think it does 42 damage on one of its slashes. Which if it was an enemy would one-shot you from 20 hearts, I believe. Or, yeah. No. I think it would do 10 hearts of damage. Like 10 and a half hearts. Okay, so Oh, I didn't show the crow. That's why that was weird. I think 1 point is a quarter heart, so it would do 10 and a half hearts, not
Yeah,
20.
that would make sense. Yeah, no, I do think it's funny though how like in the end it's like his last automaton is based on the crow, which is the thing that was annoying him in the beginning. Because it's the crow stole his key.
Alright, we have the Clockwork Bangle, we're finally done with Dampe. Out of here. Got a couple more things to do. We're gonna take our final trip to Gerudo Town. Talk to the shopkeeper one more time for the Great Fairy quest and buy the meals. And go turn in Anmola quest. Getting close to the part of the run where I checked to make sure I didn't forget anything. The one thing that I forgot in my PB, I know I got this run. I know I'm good on heart pieces, and I should be good on my crystals.
Yeah,
I
you
haven't got one in a while, so you haven't seen.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen you miss any, so
I guess you've been checking the route as I went to make sure. Alright. We're gonna do the last rifts we have. The convenient thing about this is there's still more stuff we have to do in Hyrule Castle Town. But this, the cutscenes that happen after this rift, they'll teleport us back into the castle. So that's the most convenient back into portion of Castletown that's still in the rift.
Yeah.
Which, the relevant part for us is the shop. Because there's an accessory we have to buy. And then there's one other quest there, but that one's not in the rift. We're gonna get one of the last echoes. There's still a couple we haven't gotten yet. Finally, after passing it by so many times this run, I'm gonna get the mini mold farm. Except not that one, because it fell off. Roll down, and that looks good. There's 3 missing, but I get them later. So unless I forgot 5, should be good.
Yeah, I highly doubt you forgot 5.
Yeah.
Like, I would have noticed at least one of them. Yep, it's the burger echo.
No. The health here doesn't matter, because I'm gonna get a hard piece shortly, but it's just kind of... That guy dies in 1 hit anyways. Right, last rift completed. This will get us to try level 11. 11, I thought casually was like a weird number for it to be, but that's what it is, so. And this will just give us cost reductions on some of the more powerful combat echoes, like the Dark Nut and the... We don't have it yet, it's one of the few we don't have, but the Lionel, which is the only, like, one that has a default cost of 6. We will be getting it, but I will not be using the Lionel this run. The Lionel early on in 100% routing was like, let's get this as early as we can and then use it to destroy like the dojo, but it turns out it's not that good, actually. Dark Nut 3 is higher, yes, for like its rate of attack. Oh. Alright. I think that's fine that I'm at 24. There's one more Might Crystal in the Eternal Forest. So that's all the Might Crystals.
Oh. Ah. Oh.
Yep, and then we get teleported into the castle that is still inside the giant rift. Which, yeah, if you are tuning in late, so because we wrong warped into Hyrule Castle, and then beat it after the wrong warp, it causes the rift that forms in Hyrule Castle to not go away. But everything else functions normally. It's just you just have the rift kind of in the way.
Really convenient that still get stuff in it. When I was first testing, I was like, oh, I don't think you'll be able to get like the Might Crystal on top of the castle or anything. But no, you can. I got it earlier.
Yeah.
Now we just go down to the shop. Figure out where the door is. Buy this one accessory. One more side quest. Get like shoved out of the rift there. It's kind of. And then Soul Kit. So the reason we did the first Soul Quest earlier is because for some reason you have to reload the area to get the next quest to appear. Otherwise, you could do both now. It's not a big deal. Here's our last heart piece. And then...
Yeah, I also like how in the German version the quest is called Zoll 2.0. Or...
The English version of the quest is an out there Zoll. This is the last thing we have to do before we go to the final area. We have to get the accessory for finishing the quest, and then give 1,000 rupees to get the last accessory slot.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, like, this last accessory slot is probably the easiest thing to forget in the whole, in this game. It's just unfortunately kind of easy to overlook.
We're going to use the slot to re-equip the Zora flippers that we had to unequip earlier. Alright. Gonna do a quick scan to make sure I didn't forget anything, but I usually don't. It looks like I got all the waypoints. That's all the accessories and clothing. Echoes look good. I think we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I accidentally picked the quest and stuff. So, one of the interesting things about 100% is, obviously we have to do main quests. In a lot of the other categories that do wrong warping, so like all dungeons, you just wrong warp into the final boss area. But there's actually one main quest that we would not complete by doing that. So we actually have to wrong warp to the end of the Stilled Ancient Ruins to fight the Echo Zelda to actually save Link, which is a main quest. So we're going to do that.
Okay, and then you're gonna warp back to do like the last few echoes.
Oh. Yeah. Because I'm going to wrong warp into Null anyways. I guess I forgot. Yeah. I should actually just... Now. I forgot about that. Thank you. That would have been bad. Oh yeah, I have everything, and then just forgets the last 3 things to get.
Yeah, the bite crystal that you were just talking about.
This waypoint, the 3 echoes that are here. Yeah, that would have been an oops. Hey look, it's General Wright, who has been here passed out for knows how long.
And I don't have audio to know when his voice acting. I think it's there.
Yeah, he just did it. I actually am glad I'm doing this now, because I don't know if I would get locked out of being able to get the Ancient Orb if I did the, like if I fought Echo Zelda or something.
Yeah, I don't think that's anything we've tested. I don't
know why you would ever do the things in that order. Or anyone would have done that before, but... So... This Echo...
Yeah, we don't actually need to open the pathway, we just kind of... So, we just need the Echo, and we also...
So we're going to be following the Lionel tracks as we... Oh, I did not, Sword Goblin 2 is one that we never got. And then the very last Echo we get is the Lionel. Unfortunately, not that useful. Really gonna try not to take damage. I really want to have Sword Echo Zelda fight. But If you distract him with the Lizalfos, or with the Dark Nut 3, not that bad. This is the last Might Crystal.
Okay, so yeah, now we have 100% apart from the very last quest.
Yes.
And we'll get the last quest by beating Echo Zelda.
Even though I've beaten Eldin, I'm still going to use its Still World to do the wrong warp. I just am going to have to talk to Tri now. Do you want to re-enter the Still World? This is a little bit hard to figure out where Tri is, but it's not that bad. For the actual fight, I think I need an Echo for that. I think I stay on the sign, because I'm going to warp out and warp after. Top of this one takes us right before the fight. After a bit of a... So the Echo Zelda fight can pretty quickly go bad. I'm gonna be delaying my attacks at first to try and get her to summon like one of the echoes. Because if she summons echoes in the first phase like this, she will not summon more later. Nice freezered! Oh my god!
That's unfortunate.
That is the worst. That is like the worst possible. But we just use bow now. I would like to get that heart back somewhere.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of RNG with which enemies that
this is not
Echoes
doing enough damage for like one cycle. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna need to heal somewhere before Null. These strats.
Yeah, I mean, you should have enough smoothies or just like another mango.
Okay, so we do need a rescue link. But then we're actually not going to enter Null normally, and there's a couple reasons for this. Main reason is that in order to enter Null normally, we have to give basically our sword and other equipment back to Link, so that Link has them in the final area inside Null's body. We're gonna wrong warp into Null though, and by doing this, we're gonna have it so we still get access to all of the weapons and stuff inside. It is gonna cause us to have to do a frame perfect trick to get around a soft lock, because when you wrong warp into Null, it is not in the right state, and there is a specific room that will soft lock when you hit a certain switch. So first we're going to just do the wrong warp, and then we've got a couple rooms to deal with before we have to do that soft lock skip. This is the last wrong warp. We're heading to the final area of the game. Hit map storage. There's actually several waypoints that work for this one. I think there's 4 different ones that work. In terms of wrong warping to enter null, it is 20-ish seconds slower. Assuming you get the menu storage first try. So I'm losing a little bit of time, but the strat that we're gonna get to do for the final boss is worth it. It's really, really cool, and it's extremely unique to this category. It's this one. Okay. So we're gonna wrong warp into the final area. Spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen the final area of this game before. This is Null's body. So, there's a lot of cutscene where there isn't actually text in here, even when you enter normally. So in this first room, we have to do 3 waves of fights with these orbs. And we're gonna try... The first one we don't really need to skip because they die so quickly, but we definitely want to skip the second 2 waves, and if I do it correctly... Okay, I missed one of them. It's the keys though, so it's fine. Ah, damn it. So I got the Lionel. The Lionel, it's not that bad in this category. Oh gosh, that hit me. But ideally, you don't have to fight him. It's still faster to skip it. But I guess I was standing in sort of a weird spot. This now is a room, well, not this room. This room is a little weird. So the game autosaves, which is good, very important. I need this. Nice.
Yeah, so that is called soft lock skip. So basically, he needed to pause the frame that the Wizrobe hit the switch, or else the game would soft lock because Link isn't in the room, so it doesn't know what to do because of the fact that we kind of wrong warped into here.
Also, it's pretty interesting, but we're doing this room with both of us on the same side, which normally is not how you're supposed to do this room. But because the Link has the bow and I can shoot a Dark Nut to the other side, it's totally fine. And the reason we're on this side is because you wrong warped into Null. You would definitely not be able to get on this side if you didn't, but this lets us skip the final 2D section by doing this. And it saves like 35 to 40 seconds. Right. Null is coming up. We just have this hallway with cutscenes with no text boxes.
Yeah. Which is called in the route the nodding hallway.
Yes, because when Link is normally at the start of the room, but due to wrong warping, he's only at the end, but they just kind of nod back and forth. And Link's not in this room, but it's fine. It's so weird that only that one room soft locks, because Link's not in other rooms. Alright, the Null fight is super cool.
Yeah, and I should point out, I don't think this has been seen before, because the strat, I think, was
The strat was made yesterday.
Yeah. So this is hot off the presses. This is absolutely brilliant and amazing, and yeah.
Okay, I took damage, that's fine. I just heal.
Yeah. But
oh, that's my rapid smoothie. Okay, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Oh, I need...
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, we just wail on him, which is very cathartic for anyone who runs this game and knows how much of a pain this fight can be at times.
Yeah. So normally you have to pull the arms and then have Link spin attack to hit them, but our sword beams just do so much, and spin attacks do so much damage that it turns out it's just faster to just wail on them.
Okay, that rapid potion is actually going to last for most of Phase 2. So Phase 2 is swimming. It's effectively an auto-scroller.
Yeah,
I
so
think this rapid potion is going to run out at the very end. Not a big deal. I just really... we need to keep beam, so I need to not take damage. And y'all can, like, rubber band if you catch up to him. So, like, even though it is faster to use the rapid smoothie, it doesn't save as much time as you would think for, like, how much faster you swim. Of course, it ran out because I accidentally drank it earlier, but I drank it a little bit too early.
Yeah.
Come on, go. Of course, I'm still swimming slightly faster because of the zero flippers, but Null's gonna get me all the way right now, unfortunately. He has some pretty severe rubber banding. All
Yeah,
right.
and basically you just need to get him to a certain point, and then it's just one hit. And yeah, if we do this correctly, then I guess we get this boss spawn, but we shouldn't
This is the
get
only
any
boss spawn we get. Ideally, he just spawns a little bit too quickly. I need a heal. Alright. Oh, I need another smoothie suit. Oh, that did not kill the arm? What? Okay, so use level 3 bombs, that kills 2 of the arms, and then you get to the third one fast enough with sword beams to give all the boss cycles.
Yeah, which is absolutely amazing because the boss cycles are kinda awkward to deal with sometimes.
Oh, I thought I got grabbed for sure. Oh, this is not good. I'm like taking out my bombs instead of throwing them. Yeah, I'm gonna get a boss cycle. And I got Goma.
Yeah, of course you get the worst possible one. I mean, it's probably not as big of a deal, and you probably need to use another energy smoothie. But, yeah.
Goma is like the slowest attack you can get over any of the phases, but I just was a little bit too close to
Yeah, but we won't get any more boss spawns.
Alright,
yeah.
the time is coming up. Time is when the Triforce pops. Time.
GG.
Even with messing up and getting the Goma spawn, that is a faster null that is possible in any other category, to my knowledge.
Yep. Looks like the on-stream time was 7 hours, 15 minutes, 13 seconds, so...
Nice. Alright, so I know I'm well underestimate. I don't know exactly what the plan is, if the next run is just going to be starting early or not. If we have a little time, there's one funny thing I want to show off. Not in the credits, I mean, I guess I don't know where anyone is, but but yeah, so I guess thanks everyone for watching. This was Echoes of Wisdom 100%. I've been primarily the one routing this game, working with 64-bit link changes. Shoutouts to the whole community for really developing strats. This run, even though this game has only been out 3 months, has basically evolved from